Chapter 377. The Central Wuxia Apricot Flag. If one added the Eastern Green Lotus Flag, the Southern Floating Flame Flag, the Western White Cloud Boundary Flag, and the Northern Jinwu Eagle Flag, these 5 flags formed a set of killing weapons that had once appeared in the myths and legends of Wuxia, the Khanate 5-element flags. Ever since Chun-Shi learned about the deeds of the ancient cultivators from the old man, he had a basic understanding of these myths and legends, and that was, these myths and legends were more or less based on evidence, so their reputation had been passed down from ancient times until now. Of course, the real Khanate 5-element flags was definitely not as exaggerated as the myths and legends described, but it was definitely considered an extremely powerful set of Dharma treasures. In addition, the Khanate 5-element flags was truly praiseworthy not because of its quality, but because it was a set. Because it was a set of Dharma treasures, not one. The Wuxia Apricot flag was only one of them, could be freely disassembled and combined. This was the advantage of a set of Dharma treasures, but at the same time, it was also an unavoidable disadvantage of a set of Dharma treasures. Based on Chun-Shi's experience, after gathering all 5 flags, the Khanate 5-element flags could at least reach the quality of a supreme treasure, which was the same level as his Heaven Derivation Sword. But because it was not pure enough, the Khanate 5-element flags could never be compared to the Heaven Derivation Sword. But then again, a supreme treasure was still a supreme treasure. Even if the 5 flags were disassembled, just the central Wuxia Apricot flag alone should be able to reach the level of a high-grade spirit treasure. What was a spirit treasure? Above a Dharma treasure was a spirit treasure. When Chun-Shi had just returned, he had used 3 inferior Guanyin statues to refine 3 defensive Dharma treasures. But in a real sense, these 3 Guanyin pendants did not reach the standard of a Dharma treasure at all. At best, they could only be considered the lowest level of inferior Dharma artifacts. After all, at that time, Chun-Shi had no cultivation and no materials, so the Guanyin pendants that he forcibly refined would naturally not be good treasures. Dharma artifacts, Dharma treasures, spirit treasures, supreme treasures, and extremely rare Khanate supreme treasures. According to their quality, they could be divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 was the lowest and grade 9 was the highest. The reason why he didn't mention magic treasures before was because it was impossible to find the materials to refine magical weapons on Earth. Refining magical weapons was an extremely difficult task, not to mention magical weapons with many wonderful uses. Bai Hong's sword, Qing Luan's spear, and Shui Xiang's damask could all be considered as high-quality magic treasures. Bai Hong's sword was quite handy, so Chun-Shi did not destroy it. Therefore, he chose to smelt Qing Luan's spear and used the smelted materials to refine a set of defensive magic equipment. In addition to Nianyan's bracelet necklace, Chun-Shi later gave Lin Xian a self-defense pendant. Of course, heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all unique. Therefore, after smelting the magic treasure and then using the raw materials to refine a new magic treasure, if new materials were not added during this period, then the quality of the new magic treasure would plummet after it was formed. For example, Qing Luan's spear was originally grade 8, but after being smelted by Chun-Shi, the new necklace could only barely reach grade 5. And this was a manifestation of Chun-Shi's considerable knowledge in refining weapons. Magic treasures were like weapons in the hands of ordinary people. The better the weapon, the stronger the combat power. Even if a child picked up an AK, he could easily kill a group of unarmed adults. It was precisely because of this. From the moment Wushu took out the central Wuxia Apricot yellow flag, Daiyu Island was destined to be set off a bloody storm. Dong, 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 dong! The rapid and loud forbidden bell rang through the sky again. This time, all the Jiang clan's people sitting in the ancestral hall were stunned. Jiang Diheo could not even handle such a small matter. Just now, the bell had only rung 9 times, which meant that someone had invaded and reinforcements were needed. But now, the bell rang like a storm, and it had rung a total of 36 times. This meant that the situation had deteriorated to the point where it was out of control, and the entire clan urgently needed to face it together. Let's go and take a look. This time, before Jiang Yuankue could say anything, Jiang Zhengqing could not sit still anymore. After all, no matter what, he was still a member of the Jiang clan. No matter how much a family quarreled, behind closed doors they were still a family. Now that the Jiang clan was being trampled on, how could Jiang Zhengqing sit still and do nothing? After Jiang Zhengqing rushed out of the ancestral hall, the rest of the people reacted and quickly followed behind him, flying straight toward Shoshan Island. The Celestials were on patrol, hunting everywhere. Many of the Jiang clan's juniors were more or less trembling when they heard the forbidden bell ringing one after another. They were afraid that the enemy would suddenly appear in front of them. Thus, when they saw hundreds of their ancestors flying over the island, they immediately stood on the ground and cheered crazily, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This scene deeply demonstrated the meaning of the military parade. A clan or even a country would only feel excited and proud when they displayed their strength in front of the people. The dignity of Diyu Island. It would not allow anyone to trample on it. Jiang Zhengqing's speed was very fast, and he almost instantly arrived above Shoshan Island. The young man was still standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. Only Jiang Dihao was nowhere to be seen. But how sharp was Jiang Zhengqing's sense of smell? When he sensed that there was still a trace of blood in the air, Jiang Zhengqing was about to explode in anger. Obviously, Jiang Dihao had died in the hands of this person. So the 36 forbidden bells were rung on Shoshan Island. TSK. Arrogant brat. Die. Unlike the last time when he fought with Chun Shi, Jiang Zhengqing underestimated his opponent and did not even have the chance to show half of his strength before he was smashed into the ground by Chun Shi. This time, in a fit of rage, Jiang Zhengqing really showed his full strength. Therefore, when he let out a furious roar, the clothes on his body suddenly puffed up without any wind. His head of black hair also swayed crazily, as if he was in the eye of the storm. Surging true core energy gathered in his palms, and Jiang Zhengqing's hands suddenly became like two searchlights, exceptionally bright. Then, he slapped his palm toward the young man on the ground from a far true 6 trigrams formula, mountain breaking all. A ray of golden energy suddenly shot out from his palm, as if it was the Buddha's palm. At this moment Wuxia, who had been standing on the ground, looked as if he had seen something new. He squinted his eyes slightly, and then waved the yellow flag in his hand. When the yellow flag was waved, the ground shook. 2 extremely thick mud pillars suddenly emerged from the ground, and then turned into 2 extremely thick arms. From bottom to top, they directly rushed toward Jiang Zhengqing in the sky. Jiang Zhengqing did not expect this young man's cultivation level to be so high. The mountain breaking all that he had used all his strength only shattered a corner of the mud pillars, and did not even slow down the opponent's attack. The 2 mud pillars were like the arms of a giant, hard and flexible at the same time. Chapter 378. It was hard to describe what it was like. It was just a pile of soil mixed with sand and stones. But it was like a living creature that could move freely and pounce on its prey. Jiang Zhengqing was obviously playing the role of the prey. The mud pillars emerged from the ground and shot into the sky like poisonous snakes pouncing on their prey. They were incredibly fast. The strength of the mud pillars surprised Jiang Zhengqing. While he was in a daze, the mud pillars had already reached him. After Jiang Zhengqing reacted, he immediately retreated into the sky. But the scary thing was, the speed at which the 2 mud pillars rose was even faster than his flying speed. In a flash, the mud pillars had caught up with Jiang Zhengqing. After all, this was already the 2nd time he had been chased to the point of fleeing in such a sorry state. Jiang Zhengqing could not help but feel angry when he thought of all the things that had happened to him after his breakthrough. He was a heavenly being after all. It was fine when he faced Mr. Chen's flying immortal sword. But now he was being chased all over the sky by 2 mud pillars. Did they really think that he was a heavenly being and a paper tiger? Jiang Zhengqing decided not to dodge anymore. He was ready to take the attack head-on. In an instant, Jiang Zhengqing was like a god descending to earth. The golden light around him shone brightly, almost illuminating half of Shoshan Island. 6 trigram calming mind, concealment of spirit and qi. The moment the protective shield appeared, 2 mud pillars, one on the left and one on the right, smashed into Jiang Zhengqing's body. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the sky above Diyu Island. The surging true core dispersed in all directions due to the violent collision, causing a strong gust of wind to blow across Shoshan Island. Wuxia stood calmly on the ground and looked up at the situation from afar. He could not help but smile faintly. They were too weak. He did not even need to do anything. The power of the Wuxia apricot yellow flag alone was enough to massacre the entire Diyu Island. Wuxia thought about whether he should speed up as he turned to look at the heavenly beings of the Jiang clan. But just as he was about to wave the apricot yellow flag again, Jiang Zhengqing's slightly hurried roar suddenly rang out. "This kid's Dharma treasure is too powerful. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" It wasn't difficult to discern that his voice clearly carried a trace of shock and terror. Obviously, he was terrified by the might of the Wuxia apricot yellow flag. Jiang Zhengqing had quite a bit of prestige in the clan. After hearing his incessantly trembling shout, the Jiang clan's celestials naturally did not dare to rashly advance. They could only hurriedly retreat several miles. At this time, Jiang Zhengqing turned into a stream of light and flew out of the square, rushing back to the crowd. "If it wasn't for the ancestor bestowing me with a protective magic treasure a few days ago, I'm afraid I would have been dead by now." After Jiang Zhengqing safely returned to Jiang Yunkui's side, he panted heavily and said to Jiang Yunku. As he spoke, Jiang Zhengqing even passed a jade pendant to Jiang Yunkui. This jade pendant was a protective magic treasure passed down from ancient times. If Jiang Yan hadn't been the first to break through to the celestial being realm, the old ancestor Jiang Yan wouldn't have given him this jade pendant. But now, he hadn't even warmed up the jade pendant when 4 or 5 extremely clear cracks appeared on it. Clearly, it was on the verge of breaking apart. The might of a single attack was actually so terrifying. At this time, if Jiang Yunkui still didn't understand the seriousness of the matter, then he would truly be the clan chief for nothing. Therefore, after exchanging a glance with Jiang Zhengqing, Jiang Yunkui abruptly raised his right hand and shouted, "The enemy is here! Everyone, please form the Yin-Yang 6 directions formation with me." After saying that, the Jiang clan's celestials immediately formed groups of 6 and surrounded Shoshan Island Square in all directions. Over 300 celestials. How magnificent of a scene would that be? But Wuxia acted as if he was watching a monkey show. Even though he was surrounded, there was still a faint smile on his face. When the golden light of the serene afterglow peak soared into the clouds and the heavenly stars formation was completely activated, Wuxia slowly flew into the air under the gazes of the crowd. At this moment, the entire crowd was silent. Jiang Yunkui did not say anything. While everyone was waiting information, they were also silently examining the mysterious young man in front of them. Finally, Wuxia was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "I am the divine general of Tiandu, Wuxia. Under the orders of Yuhuan Tianzuan, I have specially come to condemn you all." No one answered him, because when they heard the 2 words Tiandu, all kinds of complicated expressions appeared on their faces. Wuxia was not in a hurry to continue speaking. He only slowly swept his gaze over the crowd. But those who were swept by his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. At this moment, Wuxia was simply like Kangxi in disguise. When he announced his name, everyone was stunned by his identity. Tiandu. For the Jiang clan's clansmen, that was a distant place, a place that they yearned for day and night. But now, under the lead of their ancestor, they took the initiative to go against Tiandu. Wasn't this a rebellion? You are merely descendants of sinners, but the divine ancestor thought of the bitter cold of the lower realm, so he spared you all and allowed you to ascend to the upper realm. In the blink of an eye, the divine ancestor has already passed away. You all do not know how to cherish the divine ancestor's kindness. Instead, you all think of ways to destroy the foundations of the divine ancestor and prevent the divine ancestor from opening. This crime is unforgivable. When Wuxia was alone, he would always talk nonsense like a crazy person. That was why their teacher always said that he would not grow up and was far from Baihong. But when he was serious, his body would erupt with a powerful aura that was enough to suffocate people. He just silently floated in the air. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer, smashing into everyone's chest. Everyone lowered their heads in silence. They were all waiting for their ancestor to speak, but for some reason, their ancestor did not do anything today. Only Jiang Zhengqing, after taking a deep look at the jade pendant in his hand, he spat at Wu Su angrily. Then, he scolded sternly, "Bah! Arrogant brat! After calling us sinners every time you open your mouth, dare I ask what our Jiang clan has done wrong?" Hearing this, Wu Shu chuckled. Just as he was about to reply, Jiang Zhengqing continued, "Don't talk to me about the upper and lower realms. I have seen all the changes in the world. In the past, when Tiandu was strong, the Jiang clan could only become sinners and be trapped in this bitter cold. Didn't you all look down on the lower realm? Why are you here today? I think you know that too. Things are different now. Jinling's jade tree is famous. Qinhuai's waterside pavilion blooms early. But who knew that it would disappear so easily? I saw him build a vermilion tower. I saw him host guests, and I saw him collapse. I think you all are grasshoppers after autumn. You won't be able to jump around for long." Hearing this, the smile on Wu Su's face disappeared. After coldly looking at Jiang Zhengqing, Wu Shu raised the apricot yellow flag in his hand again. Seeing this, the Jiang clan immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. As long as Jiang Yuankue gave the order, they would attack at the same time. They had to kill him instantly. Don't tell me you all really think that destroying the 5-directional holy palace and extracting the spiritual energy foundation can stop the gate of heaven from opening? That's wishful thinking. How foolish. Today, I will say this. Because of what you all have done today, when the gate of heaven reopens, it will be the time when this world will be plunged into misery and suffering. When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, all flowers will be killed. Chapter 379. Shoshan Island was in a mess. 300 celestial beings stood in formation. Everyone stared at the young man in the sky above the square from afar. Divine General. After hearing his last sentence, Jiang Zhengqing knew that he couldn't let him continue. There was no point in saying more. If a random Divine General was enough to make everyone cower in fear, wouldn't the Jiang clan go for wool and come home shorn? Therefore, Jiang Zhengqing hesitated for a while. Then, a fierce look flashed across his face. He walked past Jiang Yuankue and ordered everyone, "Formation!" In that instant, the mountains rumbled, the valleys responded, and the wind blew. Dust swirled, and flags fluttered. How magnificent was the sight of 300 celestial beings. No matter how arrogant Wu Shu was, facing such a large number of enemies, he had to be on full alert. For the first time, his body showed signs of true yuan fluctuation. Attack! Jiang Zhengqing didn't give Wu Shu too much time to prepare. After giving the order, he ordered everyone to attack with all their might. The surging Zhen yuan gushed toward Wu Shu like a torrential flood. Seeing this, Wu Shu did not have any intention of running away, because at this moment he was the Divine General of Tiandu. He represented Tiandu to punish the sinners. If he ran away, where would Tiandu's face be? He could not back down from this battle. "Come on, let me take a look. What gave you the courage to go against Tiandu?" Wu Shu was so angry that his hair and beard fluttered. He roared into the sky. The yellow flag in his hand was like a balloon. It expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he quickly took out a pill from his Sumeru mustard seed bag and stuffed it into his mouth. Shenyang snow-melting pill. This pill was a 9th-grade spirit pill. Its effect was that when a cultivator burned their essence blood, the effect of the essence blood would be greatly enhanced. This would allow the cultivator to explode with power far greater than before. The 9th-grade Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag in one hand and the 9th-grade Shenyang Snow-Melting Pill in the other. Wu Shu's combat power was not inferior to Chun Shi's. Therefore, just as the Jiang clan's attack was about to arrive, the yellow flag in Wu Shu's hand exploded with a dazzling yellow light. The light was so bright that it almost dyed the entire sky. The 5-direction flags, Earth is supreme. Heaven Empress Earth. Heaven Empress. Heaven pure will not fail. With a wave of the flag, the entire earth trembled. Countless mud pillars suddenly extended from the ground and turned into a huge mud wall, surrounding Wuxia. The attacks of the Jiang clan's celestials all landed on the earth wall. Boom! 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 Dust flew everywhere and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Huge explosions sounded in the sky above Shoshan Island one after another. That scene, it was like an air raid during World War II. The rumbling did not stop for even a moment. In truth, Jiang Zhengqing was well aware that the other party's strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, if they did not make use of their numerical advantage, they would have no hope at all. Therefore, after the first round of attacks, Jiang Zhengqing didn't wait for everyone to catch their breath before he roared fiercely, "Don't stop! Beat him up! Even if we have to destroy Shoshan Island today, we must bury this bastard here. Jiang family, prosper without decline." At this moment, the ancestral 6-trigram incantation of the Jiang clan could be considered to have completely bloomed. They were the origin of the necromancers and also the masters of the Tao of sorcery. Therefore, all kinds of 5 elemental sorcery were like a storm, smashing towards the center of the square. One round after another, as if there would never be a day of rest. Finally, some people had to stop temporarily because they had used up too much energy. However, they stopped in the air and gasped for breath. Because Jiang Zhengqing was a level higher than everyone else, when everyone had no choice but to stop, he was still crazily attacking the center of the square. The dust raised by the explosions blocked everyone's sight. From afar, the entire sky above Shoshan Island was filled with a layer of dust, as if a sandstorm was coming. Second granduncle, stop. Seeing Jiang Zhengqing continuously attacking like a madman, Jiang Yunkue quickly reached out to stop him. Although Jiang Yunkue did not want to believe that this person would be so stupid as to stand in the center and let them attack as they wished. But the truth was right in front of him. There were no signs of true essence fluctuations in the air above the square. However, out of caution, Jiang Yunkue did not immediately go forward to check the situation. Instead, he continued to wait patiently outside. Under Jiang Yuankue's persuasion, Jiang Zhengqing finally stopped. However, after he took 2 deep breaths, he frowned and said with a serious face, "Okay, I think something is wrong," as expected. Before Jiang Zhengqing finished speaking, a burst of bright light suddenly exploded in the center of the square. Immediately after, Wuxia's voice was heard again. "You guys, is that all you've got?" Suddenly, a gust of wind came from nowhere. After the smoke dissipated, Wuxia's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes again. "Could it be that you guys have been in the lower realm for too long? So you don't even know how to fight? If that's the case, why don't you just bind yourselves and ask me to be lenient?" If Wuxia was a fully armed modern special force, then the Jiang family was simply a primitive warrior who only knew how to rely on brute force to fight. After all, it was because the earth had been desolate for too long that civilization had degenerated to a primitive society. Spells, pills, talismans, refining weapons, setting up formations, and poison. Other than the spell inheritance that had not been cut off, what was left of the Jiang family? It could be said that this was a war between a modern civilization and a primitive society. In fact, the Wuxia apricot yellow flag was not a killing magic treasure at all. Instead, it was mainly used for defense like Shuixiang's silk satin. Therefore, when the Jiang family attacked, Wuxia only needed to hide under the protection of the Wuxia apricot yellow flag. If the enemy advances, I will retreat. If the enemy stays, I will disturb. If the enemy is tired, I will attack. If the enemy retreats, I will chase. The 16 words formula for guerrilla warfare, even in the Immortal cultivation world, was an absolutely correct tactic. Unfortunately, there was no one in the entire Jiang family who knew about magic treasures, so everyone could only waste their energy. Therefore, it was time for Wuxia to show his power. He waved the Wuxia apricot yellow flag in his hand, and 4 giant natives made of mud suddenly emerged from the ground, then attacked the Jiang family members in all directions. With the natives holding back, Wuxia completely transformed into a war god, holding the apricot yellow flag and rushing towards Jiang Zhengqing's direction. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Seeing Wushu's aggressive momentum, Jiang Zhengqing and Jiang Yuankue could not help but be shocked. Even if they were at their peak, they would not be able to fight against Wushu. Now that they had lost more than half of their strength, how would they dare to fight Wushu head-on? Without even needing to communicate, the two flew in different directions, preparing to temporarily avoid the attack. Seeing this, Wushu could not help but laugh. "Run? Where do you run to?" As his voice fell, Wushu waved the apricot yellow flag in his hand, and directly sent out two waves of true origin towards the back of the two. Just at this critical juncture, a wave of true origin suddenly shot out from the forest below, like a sharp arrow, and directly shot towards Wushu in the sky. Jiang Zhengqing felt something strange behind him. Looking back, he just happened to see that wave of true origin pass through Wushu's body, and drew a thin line of blood in the air. Jiang Zhengqing widened his eyes, and only felt that his mind was blank. Chapter 380. The old ancestor came. Once those words were said, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. A trace of indescribable excitement immediately appeared on their faces. After all, the old ancestor Jiang Yan was the current spiritual totem of the Jiang clan. Now that the Jiang clan raised the flag and wanted to become enemies with Tiandu, everyone was fighting fiercely. Only the old ancestor was nowhere to be seen, so it was inevitable that everyone would have doubts in their hearts. They could clearly choose to ascend to the higher realms, so why did they have to go against Tiandu? What was the reason? In reality, everyone knew very well why the old ancestor did this. But as long as the old ancestor did not appear, this question would always linger like a nightmare, forever shrouding everyone's heart. The most frightening thing in a battle was to lose morale. Luckily, the old ancestor finally appeared. The spiritual totem was erected again, and everyone's heart was filled with an extremely strong fighting spirit, causing the slightly dispirited morale to instantly soar to the peak. The majestic Jiang clan, flourishing without decline. The giant natives summoned by Wushu had no life to begin with, and each one of them had to face the encirclement of dozens of celestials. Thus, under the continuous encirclement of everyone, the natives could only collapse one by one, turning into a pile of rubble and mud that fell to the ground again. Then, the celestials of the Jiang clan who had freed up their hands immediately turned towards Wushu's direction, firmly surrounding him in the center. Back to Wushu's side. As one of the best 1,000-year-old Go in Chan-Shi's heart, Jiang Yan was indeed very patient. He already knew everything that happened on the island, but he still did not immediately stand out to lead everyone to besiege Wushu. Instead, he allowed everyone to suffer a huge loss at Wushu's hands. He was Go and also waiting, just waiting for the moment Wushu let down his guard, and then launching a fatal attack. For a smart person, 10,000 meaningless attacks were clearly not as effective as a single fatal attack. Just in terms of cultivation, Jiang Yan, who had lived for over 1,000 years, was clearly stronger than Wushu. Thus, when he steeled his heart to launch a sneak attack, even with the protection of the Wuji apricot yellow flag, Wushu was still unable to completely dodge the attack. But fortunately, Wusu reacted very quickly. Furthermore, his clothes were defensive magic treasures. Therefore, the killing move that Jiang Yan had been holding back for a long time only managed to cut off a piece of flesh from his waist. Immortal cultivators did have the ability to regenerate broken limbs, but this takes time to recover slowly. It is impossible to be like Wolverine and Deadpool, whose bodies were clearly chopped into minced meat, but it didn't take long for them to return to their original appearance. That was unscientific. For immortal cultivators, the body was merely a vessel, while the soul was the absolute core. However, once they lost the protection of the vessel, their divine soul would gradually weaken until it completely disappeared from the world. Therefore, for high-level immortal cultivators, the physical body was also an extremely important part of them. It was absolutely impossible for them to abandon it easily. This was the first time Wushu had suffered such a serious injury. Wushu lowered his head and looked at the wound on his waist. His face was as cold as a poker card. He silently took out a healing pill from his Sumeru mustard seed bag and swallowed it. Then he turned his gaze to the forest below. Subsequently, a figure slowly flew into the air under Wushu's gaze. Jiang Yuankue took a closer look. After seeing the person's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Feng Yan? Why are you here?" Because of the previous act of snatching the Adumber flower, Jiang Fengyan had been punished by the old ancestor to meditate in the dry pool. So Jiang Yuankue didn't expect to see his son here. However, Jiang Zhengqing immediately figured out the reason. So he immediately cupped his hands and saluted. Zhengqing greets the old ancestor. After hearing this, Jiang Yuankue was stunned on the spot. At this time, he finally reacted, "Jiang Yan, Jiang Fengyan." It was only a difference of one word, but their identities were worlds apart. Jiang Fengyan was a direct descendant of the Jiang family, so the only similarity between the two was probably the blood flowing in their bodies. Bloodline possession. It must be a bloodline possession. The old ancestor forcibly took away Jiang Fengyan's body and erased his divine soul at the same time. Yuankue. The Jiang family has reached a critical moment of life and death. This old man has to do this. If I don't do this, not only Feng Yan, but even you and the tens of thousands of Jiang family members on Daiyu Island will die in the hands of this person. I hope you can figure this out and don't hold a grudge because of this. Jiang Fengyan flew to the side of the two, then said this to Jiang Yuankue through voice transmission. After hearing this, Jiang Yuankue looked up to the sky and screamed in extreme pain. Then, as if he had gone mad, he turned around and flew in the direction of Qixia Peak. Yuankue? Seeing this, Jiang Zhengqing stepped forward to stop Jiang Yuankue. However, before he could turn around, Jiang Fengyan directly called out to him. "Zhengqing, the enemy is right in front of us. Don't be distracted. After this matter, I will explain to him. I only hope that Yuankue can understand my painstaking efforts." Since the old ancestor had said so, Jiang Zhengqing naturally couldn't say anything more, so he could only nod and respond, "Yes." The three of them seemed to have said a lot, but in fact, they used the secret method of voice transmission. Therefore, from Wuxia's injury to Jiang Fengyan's appearance, only a few breaths had passed. And at this time Wuxia also used a spiritual pill to stop his injury. Bloodline possession, is it? Come on, then let me see. Old man, other than sneak attacks, what else do you have? If Wuxia was an elegant young master before, then at this moment, he had already become an injured beast. So, after a roar, Wuxia picked up the apricot yellow flag and pounced directly at Jiang Yan. Seeing this, Jiang Yan did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly made hand signs and shouted loudly, "I am Jiang Yan, the ancestor of the illustrious clan. Listen to my orders." Following his order, the Jiang clan celestials present all made hand signs one after another. Jiang Yan was at the core of the formation, and he felt hundreds of huge true essences constantly surging towards him. And the power of the yin-yang six directions formation was truly displayed after he, the backbone, appeared. Brilliant heavenly might, transform into divine thunder. 6 lines of space, rebuking without arrogance. In an instant, lightning appeared in the void, and heavenly thunder rumbled. Jiang Yan held the thunder in his hand, and his eyes were wide open in anger, as if a god had descended. Let me emphasize again, this is not an entertainment stay-at-home dad, nor a restaurant stay-at-home dad. This is returning from cultivation to become a stay-at-home dad. The theme determines that I can't be a daily life, and the main storyline is not changed at all, right? As a dignified soul formation cultivator, isn't it too ridiculous to go to the entertainment industry? I have my own main storyline, my own plot arrangement, but when it was published, because I was too concerned about the reader's comments, I lost myself. Before, I even mistakenly thought that cultivation and stay-at-home dad were conflicting. Until now, only then did I realize what was going on. I am not money. I can't make everyone like me. I can only do my best to write the story I want to write. If you think it is good, please recommend it to your friends after reading it. If you think it is not good, then please put it aside and find another book you like to read. I only hope that we can meet again in the future, because this is only my first book, and definitely not my last. I have always been working hard to improve myself, hoping that I can write better in the future so that you will be satisfied. Sincerely, In addition, the part about Nianyan will not be lost and will instead be written better, because when I think of the later plot, I feel that I have found the surging passion I had when I first opened the book. Since I am a cultivation stay-at-home dad, then I will bring out the characteristics of a cultivation stay-at-home dad. Don't mention the word stay-at-home dad, everyone will think of the same thing. Chapter 381. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, 6 lines, 8 trigrams. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. The 5 elements did not simply refer to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It referred to a cultivator's basic understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Only by understanding the 5 elements, yin and yang, could one officially step into the door of immortality. Among the 5 elements, thunder represented the Zhen trigram, which was wood. Even a blind man could see that Wuxia's cultivation method was based on earth. Therefore, Zhang Yan did not even need to think too much, and directly took out the Zhang clan's trump card, 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. At that moment, Zhang Yan, who held the thunder in his hand, was so powerful that it almost completely suppressed Wuxia's limelight. Seeing this, Wuxia's face suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Without hesitation, he took out another magic treasure from his Sumeru mustard seed bag, White Bone Soul Summoning Banner. Then, with the flag in his right hand and the banner in his left hand, he continued to rush in the direction of Zhang Yan. It had to be mentioned here. There was actually a difference between a banner and a flag. A flag was hung horizontally like a national flag, while a banner was hung vertically. Horizontal as a flag, vertical as a banner. There seemed to be no difference between the two, but in reality, there was a big difference. That was because the flag was yang and the banner was yin. Therefore, the moment Wuxia took out the White Bone Soul Summoning Banner, a black gas suddenly surged out from his body, as if thousands of vengeful spirits were flowing within. With one hand, the apricot yellow flag was mighty and righteous. With the other, the White Bone Soul Summoning Banner was awe-inspiring. Since Zhang Yan wanted to use the 5 elements to restrain him, then he might as well combine yin and yang, and directly surpass the 5 elements. Under the contrast of one good and one evil, one yin and one yang, Wuxia was like a combination of gods and demons, brazenly facing the 9 Heavens Thunder in Zhang Yan's hands. A battle between Yuanying and Yang. Thunder against yin and yang earth. This battle was so exciting that it could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime event. However, just as Shoshan Island was collapsing and the sky was darkening, Zhang Zhengqing's figure quietly appeared on Qixia Peak. As the Zhang clan's only celestial being, he did not follow the old ancestor to face the great enemy together. Instead, he came here to find Zhang Yuankue. As soon as he stepped into the ancestral hall, he saw Zhang Yuankue kneeling in front of the Zhang clan's ancestral tablets with a stupefied expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Seeing this, Zhang Zhengqing couldn't help but fly into a rage. He directly grabbed Zhang Yuankue's collar and lifted him up from the ground. The Zhang clan is currently facing a great calamity. For this reason, the old ancestor did not hesitate to save up for 1,000 years. He possessed Feng Yan just to mediate with that thief for a moment. But you, as the patriarch, are unable to recover from this setback. Could it be that you want to watch as that bastard kills all of my Zhang clan's clansmen in order to resolve the hatred in your heart? For a father, what kind of blow would the pain of losing a child be? Not to mention the ordinary people, even Zhang Yuankue, who was the clan leader, had completely lost his soul under this blow. Therefore, after hearing Zhang Zhengqing's reprimand, Zhang Yuankue smiled bitterly and said, "Second granduncle must be joking. Yuankue's strength is low. Even if I go, I can only stand on the side and cheer for old ancestor." Slap! Before Zhang Yuankue could finish his words, Zhang Zhengqing slapped him in the face and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He even slid on the ground for a long time before finally coming to a stop after hitting a pillar. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Let me tell you, the Zhang clan is facing a great calamity. If old ancestor can't defeat that bastard, even if I have to run away before the battle, I will come back and kill you first." Hearing this, Zhang Yuankue lay on the ground without moving. It seemed that his heart was already dead. Seeing him like this, Jiang Zhengqing was furious. Just as he was about to go up and hit Jiang Yunkui to wake him up, a series of shocking rumbles suddenly came from outside the house. Like an earthquake, the entire Daiyu island trembled, and the tiles of the ancestral temple rustled and fell. Obviously, the battle had reached its climax. Since the battle was so fierce, Jiang Zhengqing, who was the main force, naturally did not dare to delay for too long. Therefore, he could only stomp his foot hard and leave a sentence before turning around and flying out of the ancestral temple. Old ancestor asked me to pass on a message to you. If you care about the Jiang clan's tens of thousands of years of foundation, then stand up and think of a way to find a strong ally for the Jiang clan to solve the current crisis. Jiang Zhengqing left. After a long while, Jiang Yuankui crawled up from the ground with some difficulty. Strong ally? Even though Jiang Zhengqing did not say who that person was, Jiang Yuankui instantly understood the old ancestor's meaning. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he stood where he was and seriously thought about it. In fact, Jiang Yuankui had been very clear-headed the whole time. And because he was clear-headed, he had always had a question in his heart. Everything that was happening now, was it all part of the old ancestor's plan? Perhaps the possession of Fengyan was also part of it? This was a very scary guess, and it made Jiang Yuankui shudder. He could not be sure. He could not be sure. That was because, after all, the blood of the Jiang clan still flowed in his body. Jiang Yuankui hesitated for a while with a complicated expression. In the end, he still could not cut off the fetters that originated from the depths of his bloodline. He turned around and walked toward the back of the ancestral temple. From the perspective of communication technology, modern technology had indeed surpassed immortal cultivation techniques. Jiang Yuankui was only a diviner. Therefore, if he wanted to instantly contact Chen Shi on the other side of the world, other than a phone call, Jiang Yuankui really could not think of any other way. Fortunately, Chen Shi had left his phone number before. Otherwise, Jiang Yuankui really would not be able to call the heavens or the earth. When the phone rang, Chen Shi was busy in the courtyard counting the medicinal ingredients. He was preparing to officially start refining medicine at night after Nian fell asleep. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Chen. It's me, Jiang Yuankui. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yuankui's slightly hoarse voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Chen Shi immediately raised his eyebrows. After glancing at the Adumbra flower, he prepared to smile and say a few words of courtesy to Jiang Yuankui. However, before he could speak, Jiang Yuankui anxiously said, "The Jiang clan is in danger. Sir, please lend us a hand." Then Jiang Yuankui quickly recounted the situation on Daiyu Island. After hearing this, Chen Shi's face showed a hint of surprise. If they did not use an atomic bomb, even if the entire Wu Lian came out, they would not be able to do anything to the Jiang clan. He had already killed one heavenly general and captured 3 alive. Why was the 5th one so powerful all of a sudden? It was not that Chen Shi looked down on Bai Hong. The main reason was that the old man from the Jiang clan was too cunning. Therefore, Chen Shi did not think that the heavenly general would be able to gain any advantage from the old man. Looking at the situation now, the Jiang clan seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Was that why they were asking him for help? Alright, you guys hold on. I'll be there soon. In any case, he had taken something good from them. Naturally, Chen Shi could not leave them in the lurch. Therefore, he agreed to Jiang Yuankui's request. He wanted to take this opportunity to see for himself. Chapter 382. After explaining the situation to Qin Ruoying, Chen Shi set off for Daiyu Island. As soon as he got close to the waters around Daiyu Island, the sky suddenly darkened. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and torrential rain poured down. Thick fog rolled and rose from the surface of the sea, and the sea looked as if a tsunami was approaching. The waves surged over one after another, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were screaming, charging, and fighting. From time to time, waves soared into the sky, creating splashes of water that were more than 10 feet high. It was a spectacular sight that could not be described with words. Because the Jiang family had activated the protective array, Even Chun-Shi could not see what was going on inside. When he forcibly broke open a crack in the array and was about to enter, a surging and violent wave of spirit chi suddenly surged out from the crack. Chun-Shi only sensed it briefly, but he frowned on the spot. This was the remnant aura after the great battle. At the same time, there were two distinct waves of true origin in this aura. This meant that the battle had reached its climax, and both parties did not even bother to restrain themselves. That was why so much spirit chi had leaked out. Chun-Shi could only hope that the old man could hold on for a while longer. After all, he was not here to collect the Jiang family's corpse. Thinking of this, Chun-Shi couldn't help but speed up his movements. With a flash, his entire person directly entered the grand formation. As soon as he entered the array, he saw a field of wildfire, thick smoke, and dilapidated walls. Diyu Island. Where was the beautiful and spectacular sight that Chun-Shi had seen when he first came here? Shoshan Island, which was located at the westernmost tip of Diyu Island, had half a mountain cut off. Many Jiang family members who were lucky enough to survive could only hold onto broken logs and cry in the sea. The island was shattered, and the mountain was flattened. The wildfire lit up the forest, and thick smoke filled the sky. The 17 islands of Diyu Island. There were only one or two that had not been affected by the great battle. It could be said that heaven and earth had lost their color, and all living things were crying out in grief. It was a scene of misery and suffering. Rumble! Rumble! The battle was not over yet. Every time Wuxia and Jiang Yan clashed, the shockwaves produced by the collision of their Zhenyuan would instantly destroy everything around them. Thunder continued to rumble, and the earth trembled violently. This scene was very similar to the carpet bombing tactics of World War II. Thus, compared to the Jiang clanspeople in the sky, the Jiang clanspeople with shallow cultivations below were the ones who were truly living in fear. They would never know when the next wave of attacks would befall them. They watched as their loved ones fell one after another in the aftermath of the great battle, or were directly smashed into meat paste by the dissipating true essence. The pitiful Jiang clansmen could only hug each other and cry bitterly. The Celestials couldn't protect them, and the old ancestor couldn't save them. Who else could save them? Blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up into mountains. Tens of thousands of people were in grief, their wails shaking the heavens. Looking at the tragic scenes in front of him, Chun-Shi, who was used to living in a civilized society, felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Although he had only returned for a little over a year, he felt that he had been away from that cruel world for far too long. Until this moment, he finally found the feeling he had back then. The battle between Yuanying was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. Both of them were experts. Experts naturally didn't need to be compassionate, nor did they need to be overcautious. However, looking at the grief-stricken mortals below, combined with what he had seen and heard during this period of time, Chun-Shi couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Strength and weakness were relative. Compared to humans, ants were extremely insignificant. But compared to immortal cultivators, what was the difference between an ordinary person and an ant? At this moment, Chun-Shi suddenly had an epiphany and completely forgot where he was. He actually fell into deep thought just like that. Strength was divided into strong and weak. All living things were equal. Even if they were as insignificant as ants, as a life between heaven and earth, they should receive the least amount of respect. In front of humans, ants were insignificant. But in front of planets like Tianxian or Earth, weren't humans also insignificant and insignificant? Any wave of tides was enough to affect all life on this planet. The dinosaurs were extinct. The ancient immortal cultivators were lucky enough to escape. In front of heaven and earth, all living things were equal. Whether it was the auntie selling vegetables on the street or him, the divine Lord of Dawn. What was the difference between the two in essence? Cultivation was a kind of detachment. In that case, what level of cultivation did he have to reach before he could be considered an absolute expert? Chun-Shi floated quietly in midair. Suddenly, his heart trembled violently. Immediately after, a feeling of enlightenment rushed into Chun-Shi's heart. Through the accumulated tribulations of the mystifying scripture, He was enlightened in an instant, understanding one's heart and seeing one's nature. Enlightenment. He hadn't had this feeling for a long time. Under such circumstances, under such conditions, he could actually have an epiphany? One had to know that epiphany was a very mysterious thing. It had nothing to do with cultivation, but it was extremely important and would be of great help to cultivation. Although he didn't comprehend the true essence of the word void, for Chun Shi, this was already a great blessing. He even had a vague feeling that he might not be far from the insightful emptiness realm. Just one more step. As long as he understood the word void, he would be able to step into the insightful emptiness realm. Thinking of this, Chun Shi couldn't help but be overjoyed. He subconsciously raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice was full of joy, but this joy was obviously somewhat out of place with the atmosphere on Daiyu Island. Wuxia and Zhang Yan's five senses were very sharp. Even though they were fighting fiercely, both of them noticed this extremely discordant howl. Mr. Chun? When Zhang Yan saw the figure in the distance clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. One had to know that Zhang Yan had been reincarnated through possession. After several rounds of fierce fighting, his body was already somewhat overwhelmed and could explode and die at any time. When that time came, who in this huge Zhang clan would be able to stop Wuxia for a moment? Therefore, after seeing Chun Shi's figure, Zhang Yan was suddenly very excited. It had to be said that the three words Mr. Chun did indeed have a strange magic power. After Zhang Yan blurted out these three words in a moment of excitement, the scene became strangely quiet. The Zhang clan's celestials all looked in the direction their ancestor was pointing. Even Wuxia. He actually stopped fighting temporarily and turned to look in Chun Shi's direction. In an instant, Chun Shi had become the focus of everyone's attention. Seeing this, Chun Shi suddenly came back to his senses and finally remembered why he was here. Sorry, I'm late. Chapter 383. This was how Mr. Chun, who was the center of attention, appeared in the sky above Daiyu Island. Then he flew to Zhang Zhengqing's side. Perhaps it was because he had just had an epiphany, but Chun Shi was in a good mood. He even nodded at Zhang Zhengqing. Seeing this, Zhang Zhengqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. Chun was in a good mood. The mood of this group of people was very heavy. Hey, where's your ancestor? Is he okay? After all, Chun Shi owed him a favor. Naturally, he had to express his gratitude. But he looked left and right, but did not see Zhang Yan's figure, which was why he asked this question. I'm here. Mr. Meng, I'm very happy that you're concerned about me. Hearing this, Zhang Yan forced a smile and responded. At this time, Chun Shi finally noticed the young man beside him. If he remembered correctly, this young man was the one who wanted to take the Adumbra flower away from him. Wait a minute. This kid was not even a diviner, right? How did he become so powerful after not seeing him for a few days? Feeling the surge of true origin in Zhang Yan's body, even Chun Shi could not help but be stunned for a moment. Immediately after that, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He could not help but ask tentatively, "Bloodline possession? You're very knowledgeable, Mr. Meng." Hearing this, Zhang Yan nodded straightforwardly, confirming his guess. The so-called bloodline possession was actually a taboo technique. It went against the rules, so it was not tolerated by the world. A very simple example could be given. If a grandfather took away his grandson's body, how should the father address his son? Should he address his son's body as his father? Or should he address his father's soul as his son? No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept such a strange thing. But even so, bloodline possession was still a common occurrence. After all, compared to outsiders, the possessor and the possessor shared the same bloodline. After possession, it was naturally easier for the possessor to unleash his original strength. Looking at Zhang Fengyan, who had a young face but was extremely mature in his behavior, Zhang Fengyan felt a chill run down his spine. Chun Shi was speechless. However, this was someone else's family matter after all. As an outsider, he had no right to interfere. In fact, Chun Shi had long felt that this old man was very sinister, but he did not expect this old man to be even more sinister than he had imagined. The old man had used the soul crystal to live for thousands of years. She thought that he had taken over the body, so he could only stay in the soul crystal for the rest of his life. He didn't expect the old man to have such a trick up his sleeve. It wasn't until today that he seized his great-great-great-grandson's body. Zhang Fengyan was a good material. He could be considered to have excellent aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take half a step into the Deva realm at such a young age. With such aptitude, if placed in the heavenly jade domain, no matter which sect, he would be listed as a core disciple. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but come up with a guess. Could it be? The old man had predicted that with the revival of spirit qi, there was a perfect candidate for possession, so he simply took advantage of this opportunity to seize Zhang Fengyan's body openly? He trapped himself in the soul crystal and tortured himself for thousands of years, just to welcome the glory of tomorrow? What a vicious heart! What a deep mind! People who were vicious to others were not scary. People who were vicious to themselves were the ones who were truly scary. Qi's mind was in a whirl, but his face did not show any abnormality. His conversation with Zhang Yan was short, so it did not take up too much time. After saying that, she turned his gaze to Wuxia. After all, this was his real enemy. It had to be said that the atmosphere above Daiyu Island was somewhat stifling. Wuxia was still holding 2 flags in his hands, flying alone not far away from the Zhang family. A dignified divine general of Tiandu was now covered in injuries, and he no longer had the sage-like aura he had before. However, even Wuxia's body emitted a sense of exhaustion, let alone the Zhang clan's people. She only took a cursory glance, and found that the Zhang family's pride of 300 divine warriors had been reduced to just over 100. Moreover, they all looked dispirited, and there was even some despair and fear in their eyes. It was obvious that the Zhang family had paid a heavy price in this battle. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. If it wasn't for his appearance that made the 2 sides stop fighting for a while, then it would not be long before. Then, Daiyu Island would be completely wiped off the map by Wuxia. All right, you guys go and rest. Leave this to me. She twisted his neck, and after saying that, he directly flew forward a short distance, leaving himself to face Wuxia alone. This action clearly showed his attitude. Swap. From now on, Wuxia's enemy was no longer the Zhang family, but him, Shi, Mr. Chen. Actually, Shi's idea was very simple. No matter what secrets were hidden, when the spirit energy tide appeared, Ying would feel dizzy and sick. It was also because Ying would feel dizzy and sick that he had to avoid this situation. How could he avoid it? Wasn't it just to disperse the spirit energy tide? Other than that, whether it was Tiandu or the Zhang family, it had nothing to do with him. In short, as long as he was on Earth, the spirit energy tide would not appear for a day. But if the spirit energy tide did not appear, how could the heavenly gate open? How would the generals of Tiandu descend on Earth? This was simply a paradox. Therefore, it was destined that Shi would stand on the opposite side of Tiandu, unless Tiandu took the initiative to hand over the heaven-bearing efficacious floating mirror, so that Shi could check the secrets in it and completely cure Ying's dizziness. Otherwise, there was no way this matter could be resolved peacefully. A 9th-grade spirit treasure in each hand, whereas Gao Shui Fu. Shi looked at Wuxia from head to toe. After seeing that Wuxia was covered in high-grade spirit treasures, he could not help but laugh and tease him. Just this alone was enough to show that Wuxia's status was much higher than Baihong's. Therefore, Shi was very interested in Wuxia. He wanted to bring Wuxia back to the underwater cave, light a candle, prepare a whip, and interrogate him. Wuxia did not speak. He had been silently sizing up Shi. Even after Shi spoke, the expression on his face didn't change. Seeing that he did not speak, Shi asked very generously, "You guys have been fighting for so long. Do you want to rest for a while? Take some medicine to nourish your body or something?" "No need." Wuxia finally spoke. Shi thought that he was going to continue fighting, so he shook his right hand and the flowing cloud sword flew out from his back. "Then come, don't say that I bullied you. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Go ahead. I promise I won't fight back." After saying that, Chen Shi held the long sword in his hand and made an inviting gesture. Hearing that, Wuxia still did not attack. Without seeing him do anything, the Wuji apricot yellow flag and the white bone soul beckoning banner in his hands suddenly disappeared, which made Chen Shi envious. Sumeru mustard seed bag? Tall, rich, and handsome indeed. Chen Shi thought that Wuxia was going to change his spirit treasures. But after a while, he only saw Wuxia rubbing his face with his hand and then showing a dispirited expression. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm already giving Yuan Tianzuan enough face. I'm tired. Let's call it a day. Mr. Chen, right? My name is Wuxia. We'll meet again someday. See you next time. Until then, Wuxia finally returned to his previous sloppy self. In fact, he did not even think about fighting with Chen Shi, because he knew very well what he was capable of. Even if Wuxia was in his best condition, he did not want to fight with Chen Shi, let alone now. The reason why he stayed here was mainly because he wanted to see Chen Shi. Now that he had seen him, he knew his name. It was time for him to leave. There was bound to be a day when they would meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Wuxia was like a pile of quicksand. He turned into thousands of grains of sand and slowly drifted away with the wind. Seeing that, Chen Shi frowned and suddenly slashed at the quicksand with his sword. Chapter 384. Under Chen Shi's watch, Wuxia suddenly turned into a cloud of dust and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Chen Shi had come all the way here and had barely exchanged a few words. How could he allow this guy to escape so easily? Therefore, the moment Wuxia's figure dissipated, Chen Shi drew his sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, the sky suddenly darkened. The long sword turned invisible, and the twilight in the sky silently closed. Heaven and earth were silent. It was as if only one person, one sword, and one grain of sand were left. This was the earth escape technique of the 5 elements. It was also the escape technique that Wuxia was proud of. As soon as this technique was drawn, Wuxia's entire body was like thousands of dust and gravel in the air. It was invisible and unfathomable. But it was a pity Wuxia had underestimated Chen Shi's strength. If he had left before Chen Shi arrived, Daiyu Island would have been like his back garden. He could come and go as he pleased. Since Chen Shi was already here, it was destined that he would not be able to be as relaxed as before. Chen Shi still used the first move of the Moonlight Sword technique. The sword hid the void. Before the sword was drawn, the sword aura was hidden and not released. As soon as the sword was drawn, it was like a long river hanging upside down, soaring into the sky and into the clouds. Its speed was so fast that it was simply shocking. Jiang Zhengqing was completely stunned by this sword. Even when he was chased by Chen Shi's flying sword all over the sky before, he did not feel that Mr. Chen was much stronger than he was. Until he saw this sword, Jiang Zhengqing finally understood the gap between himself and Mr. Chen. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. The move was still the same move. However, in the past year or so, Chen Shi's condition had improved qualitatively. The demeanor of a divine lord was completely displayed at this moment. After Chen Shi slashed out with her sword, the sword light suddenly transformed into thousands of identical sword shadows as it flew through the air. These sword shadows didn't look very real, as if they didn't really exist in this world, so people mistakenly thought that these sword shadows were only the refraction of light, which was why they formed the illusion of one real sword and 10,000 fake swords. It looked like a kaleidoscope. Of all the people present, only Jiang Yan knew what was good for him. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Jiang Yan let out a heartfelt sigh. At this time, the sword gleam and the thousands of sword shadows had already arrived at Wuxia's previous location. One grain of sand, one world. One leaf, one Bodhi. Since Wuxia was trying to split himself into thousands of clones and escape from Chen Shi's sight using the Earth Escape technique, Chen Shi decided to use the Earth Escape technique. In that case, Chen Shi could only unleash 10,000 swords simultaneously, using the real sword to lock onto Wuxia's chi dynamic, and the virtual sword to sweep through all things. Not a single grain of sand was spared. Bang! There was a silent and violent explosion. It was as if a piece of the sky had been forcefully ripped out, leaving a strange vacuum zone in the sky above Dai Island. In this vacuum, there was no air, no dust, and even the sunlight seemed to be frozen. And this was clearly the real, a sword concealing the void. Crack. Suddenly, the sky cracked open like a broken mirror. The light in that position began to distort, and a figure appeared out of thin air in the originally empty sky. First, it was a pair of legs, then thighs, waist, chest, neck, and finally head. Wuxiu's figure slowly appeared. You! Wuxiu stared at his own body with wide eyes, and his face suddenly revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. To put it bluntly, this was the ultimate life-saving technique that he relied on to survive. How could it be so easily broken by Chun Shi? At this moment, Wuxiu was really panicking. It's still so early. My daughter hasn't even finished school. Why are you in such a hurry? After twirling his sword around, Chun Shi said to him with a smile. Wuxiu was silent. After taking a deep look at Chun Shi, he said with a solemn expression, Impossible. It's impossible for someone like you to appear in the lower realm. You? Where did you come from? Wuxiu looked at Chun Shi with a strange expression. But after Chun Shi heard this, she only smiled and didn't care at all. Me? I came from Shangjing. He was born and raised on Earth, so why would he need to explain himself to anyone? Wuxiu did not believe him, but he did not argue with him. Instead, he quietly took out the white-boned spirit-summoning banner from his Sumeru mustard bag. It seemed like he had accepted his fate. Since he could not run, he could only fight. Seeing this, Chun Shi nodded with a smile and signaled him to make his move. The battle was about to begin. The members of the Jiang family held their breaths and looked at them nervously. They had already changed from participants to spectators. However, just when everyone thought that Wuxiu was going to start fighting, Wuxiu suddenly did something that shocked everyone. After he took out the white-boned spirit-summoning banner, he slapped himself hard on the chest, causing himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the banner, making the patterns on the banner even more eerie. Blood sacrifice? After seeing Wuxiu use his blood to dye the white-boned spirit-summoning banner red, even Chun Shi could not help but stop smiling. His expression became more serious because of this. After all, the blood that Wuxiu spat out was not simple. That was his blood essence. Since cultivators could unleash power beyond normal by burning their blood essence, then similarly, if one used their blood essence to feed a magic treasure, it would be able to unleash power beyond its current level. Therefore, when Wuxiu's blood essence splashed onto the banner, a terrifying murderous aura exploded from the white-boned spirit-summoning banner. In an instant, the Wuxiu flag was like a drop of ink in water. Countless black smoke gushed out from the flag and spread rapidly. The black smoke quickly covered the sky. At this moment, Wuxiu's voice sounded from the black smoke. You're giving me 3 moves, right? If that's the case, I won't be polite with you. Wuxiu is here. Please enlighten me, mister. Following Wuxiu's roar, a surge of true essence surged out of the black smoke. Due to his previous promise, Chun Shi could only use his sword to protect himself. His body lit up with a golden light, wanting to use it to block Wuxiu's attack. However, the violent impact that Chun Shi imagined did not come. In his perception, the true essence in Wuxiu's body was like air in a balloon. Because it was so large, even the balloon burst. Then, the true origin energy surged out in all directions in a ring shape. Chun Shi was stunned, because he did not understand what Wuxiu's move was. Could it be that he was here to perform a fairy scattering flower? Chun Shi was puzzled. Suddenly, he shuddered, and then suddenly came back to his senses. No, this guy is trying to escape. This time, it was really Chun Shi's turn to be nervous. Not to mention anything else, if he really let Wuxiu escape from under his nose, he would lose a lot of face. Thinking of this, Chun Shi immediately waved the sword in his hand. The sword light immediately shot out like the rising sun. Thousands of golden clusters of light instantly dispersed the black smoke and illuminated the entire sky. Unfortunately, Chun Shi's reaction was still a beat slower. After the feint, Wuxiu had long disappeared from his sight. Chapter 385 of the 36 Stratagems Escape was the best stratagem. Wuxia slipped away quietly in front of Chunxi's eyes. Looking in the direction Wuxia disappeared in, Chunxi finally came back to his senses after a long while. He burned his blood essence and then put on such a grand display. In the end, it was all to escape? This was a little awkward. Chunxi turned around and glanced at the Jiang family, only to find that everyone was looking at him expressionlessly. I'm sorry we let him escape. It was a mistake. Since he had already escaped, it was impossible for Chunxi to catch up no matter how much he wanted to. At this point, Chunxi could only sheath his long sword with an awkward expression and sincerely apologize to the Jiang family, although he did not do anything wrong. Looking at the defeated soldiers in front of him and the wildfire raging on Daiyu Island below, Chunxi still felt a little apologetic. After all, Wuxia's trip had greatly damaged Daiyu Island's vitality. Although he had arrived in time to save the Jiang family, as long as Wuxia successfully escaped, it meant that this was actually a meaningless and crushing defeat. They had lost more than 100 heavenly beings, but in the end, they only managed to get the other party to escape unscathed. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept this result. Therefore, after confirming that Divine General Wuxia had successfully escaped, the Jiang family had a complicated expression on their faces. They did not dare to blame Chunxi. After all, Chunxi had just saved their lives. But at the same time, they could not help but curse in their hearts. If Mr. Chun had not been so arrogant just now, Wuxia's head would probably have been placed in front of the ancestral tablets by now. Because of this thought, the Jiang family could not help but feel a little dejected. They even felt disheartened. 300 heavenly beings could not deal with a divine general. When this person recovered from his injuries and returned to Daiyu Island for revenge, how were the remaining 100 or so people supposed to stop him? When the time came, were they not fishes on the chopping board? Whether they were killed or cut off completely depended on Wuxia's mood. Everyone's faces were clouded with worry, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. At this critical moment, perhaps only old ancestor Jiang Yan could still respond to Chunxi with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid the lives of this old man and the tens of thousands of Jiang clansmen on Daiyu Island would have been in danger. Such a great favor is like giving birth to a new life." Speaking to hear, Jiang Yan suddenly bowed towards Chunxi, then said extremely solemnly, "Jiang Yan is here. On behalf of the entire Jiang clan, I thank Mr. for saving my life." Since the elder ancestor had expressed his opinion, no matter how uncomfortable everyone was, they could only bow to Chunxi and say, "Thank you for saving our lives, mister." Seeing this, Chunxi also said politely with an awkward expression, "Everyone, please rise. It's just a small matter. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite." Hearing this, Jiang Yan straightened his body, then lamented with a pained expression. "After this battle, the Jiang clan's vitality has been greatly damaged. Looking at this devastated Daiyu Island, this old man's heart aches even more. All the sins were caused by this old man. This old man only hopes that this decision is not wrong. Otherwise, when this old man goes to the netherworld in the future, how can I face the ancestors of the Jiang clan? I, Jiang Yan, am the sinner of the Jiang clan." Jiang Yan was filled with grief and indignation. In a moment of agitation, 2 streams of turbid tears fell from the old man's eyes. Looking at his bloodshot eyes, even Chunxi, an outsider, could not bear to see it, let alone these reborn juniors of the Jiang clan. "Elder ancestor, you're right. Your decision is also for the sake of revitalizing the Jiang clan, and also for the sake of establishing the supreme glory of our clan in the future. The Jiang clan has not been defeated. As long as we are still alive, even if we are smashed to pieces, we will fight for a brand new future for the Jiang clan under your leadership." For the Jiang clan, yes. Even if we are smashed to pieces, we will not retreat even half a step. F***CK, the Divine General of Tiandu. In the future, if anyone dares to mention the word ascension in front of me, I will definitely not forgive him. From today onwards, the Jiang clan will definitely be at odds with Tiandu. Irreconcilable. irreconcilable. When everyone saw Jiang Yan cry, the depression in their hearts immediately turned into endless grief and indignation. Suddenly, their morale was even higher than before. She stared dumbfoundedly at the scene in front of him. Everyone surrounded Jiang Yan and made bold statements. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, occupied Jiang Fengyan's young body. His face revealed an expression of great comfort. The more he looked at it, the more awkward he felt. Therefore, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. This old fellow was really ruthless. He actually managed to win back the hearts of the people with just a few words. Although he didn't know the real purpose of Jiang Yan, she was now convinced by this old fellow from the bottom of his heart. No matter what Jiang Yan did, at least he dared to raise the flag and become enemies with Tiandu, right? After Jiang Yan's post-battle speech, the fighting spirit of the Jiang clan was reignited. She was an outsider. Now that the crisis had been resolved, the Jiang clan was busy cleaning up the battlefield and rebuilding their home. He naturally couldn't stay here and be an eyesore, so he left silently. Before leaving, he also took the initiative to leave a restriction on Qixia Peak to prevent similar incidents from happening again. In fact, she also felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, there was an old saying, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Today, he couldn't stop Wuxia. Who knew what would happen in the future? In fact, with Wuxia's shiny equipment, she absolutely didn't believe that he didn't have any life-saving skills. Did he really think that Wuxia was a wild chicken on the roadside that could be killed at will? Therefore, she could only make up his mind now. If he could meet Wuxia again next time, even if he used underhanded tricks, he must suppress him. Today's situation must not happen again. She recalled what he saw today while flying back to Shangjing. It was almost time. It was time to pick up Nian from school. At the same time, far in the northernmost part of the earth, a figure suddenly appeared on an iceberg floating on the sea. It was Wuxia. After successfully escaping from Daiyu Island, Wuxia flew all the way here in one breath. If it wasn't for the fact that he used up so much energy, he would have directly flown to the moon. This place was already remote enough. Wuxia looked around. After confirming that there was no one here, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat cross-legged on the iceberg. As soon as he sat down, Wuxia felt a burst of tightness in his chest. He didn't even have time to take out a pill from his sumaru mustard seed bag before coughing out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the pure white iceberg. It was particularly dazzling. It was obvious that he had suffered a very serious internal injury. However, this injury wasn't caused by Shi. It was caused by himself. Many animals would choose to use self-mutilation to escape when their lives were in danger. For example, geckos would cut off their tails, spiders would cut off their legs, sea cucumbers would spit out their organs, and so on. The reason why Wuxia was able to escape from Shi's eyes was because he used a method similar to this principle. That was blood escape. Using the blood escape would consume one's own essence blood. How important was essence blood to immortal cultivators? Wuxia would never use it unless he had no other choice. He was forced into a corner by Shi. However, no matter what, it was better to be injured than to die, right? At the thought of this, Wuxia chuckled. He could not help but reveal a smug expression on his face. Baihong and Shuixiang didn't know how to use this secret technique. He was the only one who knew how to use it. Mr. Chun, right? I'll remember you. You'll let me have 3 moves first, right? Just you wait. Next time, I'll let 300 divine generals attack you once, and then I'll let you have 3 moves first. I'll keep my word. Wuxia looked up at the sky and threatened. However, he was so excited that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Do you think everything will be fine just because you've blocked the divine gate? Hee. At this moment, Wuxia had reverted back to his crazy self. He was severely injured, but instead of healing himself, he sat on the iceberg and muttered to himself. Master once said, the soul mirror will be unsealed within 10 years. Let me calculate the time. 1 year in heaven, 8 years on earth. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'll have to stay in the lower realm for a full year? Wait. Doesn't that mean I'll lose 10 years of my life for nothing? No wonder no one wants to come to the lower realm. Yuan Tianzuan, oh Yuan Tianzuan. I'm going to lose big this time. You'll have to make it up to me when the time comes. Chapter 386. November 1st, Halloween in the West. Although many kindergartens were celebrating the Western Festival now, Donghua Gate Kindergarten did not promote the Western Festival in the park due to its pure bloodline. Therefore, for the children in the park, today was just a very ordinary day. The only thing worth noting was probably the temperature today, because winter had arrived in Shangjing again. This year's winter was slightly later than last year, but as soon as November passed, the trees on both sides of the street shed their leaves one after another. They held up the graceful branches of the dead trees as if they were welcoming the coming winter. The cold wind blew through the corner of the street and rolled up some leaves that had not been cleared. Perhaps because the kindergarten was next to the Forbidden City, it was particularly quiet here. In the alley, pedestrians hurriedly walked by in twos and threes, as if they did not want to stay in the cold wind for a moment longer. The road outside the kindergarten was already filled with cars that came to pick up children from school. The parents sat in the cars to keep warm, and the cars breathed out heavy air. Only Chun-Shi stood alone in front of the gate. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and he was standing like a javelin. At first glance, Chun-Shi looked a bit like a security guard in front of the sales department. Ding, 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 as the pleasant bell rang. The park that had been asleep for a long time became lively again. The children were chattering about going home, and the teacher had to let them line up. Then, class by class, they came to the gate to look for their parents. Chun-Shi's side suddenly became lively. The parents scrambled to the side of the gate, wishing that they could immediately pull their children out from behind the iron gate. Chun-Shi was not in a hurry, and Nian was not in a hurry either. This was because as soon as she walked out of the classroom, she saw Chun-Shi's figure as usual. Chun-Shi's figure, like a lighthouse on the sea. Even if life was like waves and tides, he would always wait there firmly, silently waiting for Nian to appear. Dad! 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 Nian stood on the steps, excitedly waving her small hands at Chun-Shi. The two brothers followed behind her, one on her left and one on her right. They looked like two incomparably loyal little guardians. The children of the older class had to walk last, so after most of the children had left with their parents, the three little fellows ran out of the school gate under the guidance of the teacher. As soon as she crossed the iron gate, Chun-Shi didn't even have time to hug her before the little girl very sensibly turned around and said to the teacher with a grin, "Goodbye, teacher." "Bye, Nian. Wan, Ming. See you tomorrow." "Good. See you tomorrow." Unknowingly, the two brothers had developed the habit of not wanting to go to school if they didn't see Nian. So now the three children were all picked up by Chun-Shi. Gu Lao only needed to wait in the tea house. It was not that he was discriminating against ordinary kindergartens. It was just that the threshold for kindergarten teachers was too low. Naturally, there were good and bad teachers. Therefore, it was difficult for ordinary kindergarten's teachers to be as meticulous and patient as Donghua Gate Kindergarten. And this was the so-called professionalism. Under the patient guidance of the teachers, in addition to changing her accent, Nian's wild nature, which had been spoiled by Chun-Shi and his wife, gradually began to be restrained. In the beginning, under the guidance of Aunt Zhang, Nian was like a little girl in the mountains. At a young age, she knew that she had to share the burden of the family and never cause trouble for Aunt Zhang. Later, Chun-Shi and his wife came back, and the family of three was finally reunited. Nian also became a small-town girl born in a rich family. Just like the song said, "You only know how to look at the stars in the sky foolishly. You are so pure." The return of her parents allowed her to find the greatest happiness in the world, carefree and free. But it was also because of Chun-Shi's fatherly attitude of holding her in his hands and fearing that she would fall and melt in his mouth that Nian gradually let go of the nature of a child. She learned to be coquettish, naughty, shameless, and throw a tantrum. But it was also at this time that only then could he be considered a complete child. Later, Nian went to kindergarten, and it was a model kindergarten that was ranked in the country. Under the patient guidance of the teachers, Nian changed again. And at this moment, She truly became a lady from a wealthy family. However, there were too few people in this wealthy family. At most, it was a family of 3, plus his father-in-law and sister-in-law's family, of course, whether it was a mountain girl, a small-town girl, or a lady from a wealthy family. To Chun Shi, Nianyan would always be the smart, sensible, lively, and cute Nianyan. He only wanted Nianyan to grow up happily, carefree, free, and unrestrained. No worries in the world should appear in Nianyan's young heart. In fact, Chun Shi really wanted to tell her sometimes. No matter what happens in the future, even if the sky falls down, Nianyan, don't be afraid, don't be sad, and don't be sad. That's because I'll take care of you. Dad, the teacher gave us a little red flower today. Why? Because we're good at drawing. Oh, what about the painting? On the wall behind the classroom. The teacher said that at the next parent-teacher meeting, she will show our painting to you. Nianyan was wearing a pink down jacket today and a rabbit ear hat on her head. Coupled with her rosy cheeks, she looked extremely adorable. She sat in Chun Shi's arms, and when she was excited, her little body couldn't help but gently twist. When Chun Shi patted her back and motioned for her to sit down, she would immediately obediently hug Chun Shi's neck, and then coquettishly rub her head against Chun Shi's head. The father and daughter whispered, and the brothers obediently followed behind them. In fact, the two of them had long been accustomed to this kind of life, so they didn't feel neglected. The two brothers were only a few months older than Nianyan, but under Gu Lao's constant education, the idea of giving in to your sister in everything was thoroughly planted in the depths of their hearts. Even the most common things in daily life, such as playing on the slide, the two brothers would let Nianyan play first, and then it would be their turn. This kind of feeling was also in line with the mood described by Li Bai in The Long Journey. Riding a bamboo horse, circling the bed to play with green plums, living together for thousands of miles, the two young people have no quarrel. Childhood sweethearts, childhood sweethearts. It was important to mention that childhood sweethearts had nothing to do with love, but it referred to the most innocent and pure friendship in the world. Children were still young, so naturally, it was impossible to speculate with adult thinking. But no matter what, humans were always social animals, and childhood without companions was incomplete. With the company of the two brothers, Nianyan's childhood would only be more fulfilling and happy. As for the future, that would be discussed in the future. Chapter 387. Now that the matters on Dai Yu Island were settled, Chun Shi's life returned to normal, the life of an ordinary person. Naturally, it was dull and repetitive. Nianyan spent most of her time in kindergarten, so the tea house was fully taken care of by Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan graduated from the best university in Wuxia, so a small tea house was not a problem for her. College students nowadays were very smart. Perhaps it was because Qiao Yuan had been living with Chun Shi's family for a long time, so under the influence of Chun Shi's family, Qiao Yuan looked more mature. She was very smart and knew what to listen to and what not to listen to. She also knew what to ask and what not to ask. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. In Qiao Yuan's eyes, Chun Shi's family was a hidden expert. Therefore, she did not know when it started, but there was a slight change in her thinking. In the past, Qiao Yuan was just an ordinary college student who had gone astray. She did not have any plans for the future. She always felt that after she graduated, she would find a suitable job according to her major. But now, Qiao Yuan did not want to live the rest of her life like this. Although Chun Shi's family was always thinking about where to go and play, they did not set a good example for her at all. But under her rich imagination, she was able to completely fill in the background of Chun Shi and her husband, the boss and lady boss. They were the modern version of Yanggua and Xiao Longnu. They had seen the prosperity of the world, crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, but in the end, they resolutely chose to retreat from the turbulence and live a seemingly ordinary, but happy and stable life with their loved ones. This was Qiao Yuan's dream, and also her role model in life. It was just that Chun Shi's family had reached the end, while she had just started. Qiao Yuan was in her 4th year of university this year, and her mind was gradually becoming more active. In fact, not to mention Chun Shi's family, even the retired old man Gu Lao was not simple. Although the two brothers looked like losers all day long, In fact, the moment they were born, they were already rich second-generation heirs. After all, the two of them had a courtyard house in Hohai. It was very valuable. The little girl's mind was active, and she didn't know what Chun she was busy with recently. So the responsibility of playing chess and chatting with Gu Lao naturally fell on her shoulders. Needless to say, this old man and young man actually got along quite well. Although Gu Lao didn't specifically teach Qiao Yuan anything, this little girl would always inadvertently learn things that couldn't be learned in school. Qiao Yuan was accumulating herself, just like the sweeping monks in the scripture depository. When she decided to leave the small tea house, it was time for her to set sail and usher in her brilliant life. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. Like a sponge, Qiao Yuan studied and improved herself crazily, while Gu Lao enjoyed the rest of his life. Qin Ruoying was in closed-door cultivation all day long, and Chun she rarely showed up except to take the 3 children to and from school, because Chun she was busy with something important, a very, very big thing. For this, after Chun she sent Nianyan to school every day, he had to cross the entire Pacific Ocean and go to the United States, which was far away on the other side of the ocean. Of course, Chun she didn't go to the United States for fun, but for work. The Adumbra flower was so precious, naturally, it couldn't be refined with an ordinary iron basin. And Chan she didn't have enough materials to refine a new alchemy furnace, so refining the Adumbra flower became a big problem. So after thinking about it, Chun she finally decided to use the power of nature to refine the elixir. That was heaven and earth as the furnace, nature as the work, yin and yang as the charcoal, all things as the copper. Therefore, the supervolcano in Yellowstone Park was his first choice. The so-called supervolcano was a large-scale eruption volcano that could change the world's weather after eruption and even threaten human beings. Yellowstone Park was once the world's largest national park, and Yellowstone Volcano was the world's largest supervolcano. Mount Fuji was an active volcano, but it wasn't a supervolcano, so it didn't have the qualifications to enter Chun Shi's consideration. Refining elixir was a very complicated thing. The energy cultivation elixir that he refined in the past was actually rubbish, so Chun Shi didn't care at all. Now that he finally had the best ingredients, Chun Shi naturally had to pay 120% attention. Configuring the prescription, screening the ingredients, analyzing the medicinal properties, choosing the furnace, and so on. After doing all this preliminary work, Chun Shi could officially start refining the elixir. This day, December 1st, Shangjing had just welcomed the first snow, but Yellowstone Park was already covered in snow. Looking around, the dense pine forests rose and fell, and the rolling mountains were covered in morning fog. Animal footprints crisscrossed the snowy plains, and hot springs rose and fell one after another. Because the world's largest supervolcano was buried below, Yellowstone Park had a wonderful scenery that was difficult to see in other places during winter. When the warm water vapor sprayed into the cold air, the water molecules would instantly solidify into a rain of small ice pellets, forming an extremely rare geothermal fountain. So what kind of park was this? It was simply a paradise on Earth. Yellowstone Park covered an area of up to 9,000 square kilometers, 1/3 larger than Zhonghai's 6,000 square kilometers. Because of the need to close off the mountains to cultivate forests, the park would be completely closed at the end of October and would only reopen in mid-December. During this time, only a few scenic spots could be visited. Therefore, when Chun Shi arrived at the park, there was not a single tourist in the huge park. This was not the first time he had been here. After the volcanic eruption cooled down, it would produce hard and impermeable basalt. After rainfall, it would generally produce a large lake. Therefore, the crater of Yellowstone Park was not protruding like Mount Fuji, but hidden under Yellowstone Lake. Could even be said that the entire Yellowstone Park was located on the crater of the volcano. Chun Shi plunged into Yellowstone Lake, then followed the tunnel he had previously dug and quickly flew underground. The reason why it was called a supervolcano was because there was a magma reservoir with a diameter of 70 kilometers and a thickness of about 10 kilometers below the crater. In fact, a volcano was like a pressure cooker. Once the internal temperature rose to a certain level, the magma inside would instantly erupt. Chun Shi set up a restriction in the magma reservoir. Then, he put all the medicinal herbs he had collected during this period of time inside, such as the adumbra flower, bloodthorn grass, ginseng flowers, and all kinds of precious medicinal herbs that could be found in the world. Rare and precious treasures were produced from the earth. With the calcination and extraction of the underground fire essence, coupled with the continuous washing of the spirit energy of heaven and earth, the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs could be released most effectively. She used the restriction to bind the medicinal properties and continuously quenched and compressed them together. The released medicinal properties would gradually change from a gaseous state to a liquid state, and finally to a solid state. When the medicinal herbs were exhausted, it was time for the elixir to be produced. What was the most important thing in alchemy? It was neither the medicinal herbs nor the technique. It was the last step before the elixir was formed. Because this was not an ordinary Chinese medicine, the moment the elixir was produced, it was like forcibly opening the lid of the pressure cooker. Boiling hot steam would instantly rush out. What Shi had to do was to smoothly take the elixir out of the furnace from this boiling hot steam. It sounded very simple, but what if the steam was replaced with the spirit energy of heaven and earth? The adumbra flower's grade was very high, and the elixir it produced was at least a 9th grade elixir. Thus, the accumulation of more than 3,000 years would completely erupt the moment the furnace was opened, along with the elixir. If Shi did not immediately take the elixir and use a secret technique to bind the elixir, then the medicinal properties of the elixir would rapidly dissipate, turning back into spirit energy and dissipating into heaven and earth. And precisely because of this, when cultivators refined high-grade elixirs, they would usually use a high-grade alchemy furnace. On one hand, it was to extract the medicinal properties more effectively. On the other hand, it was for safety reasons, using the alchemy furnace to resist the impact of the elixir when it was produced. Shi did not have an alchemy furnace, so he could only do it himself. This was a battle. It was a battle between Shi and the elixir. If he could not successfully take the elixir from the sudden explosion of spirit energy, if it was light, the elixir would be destroyed, and if it was heavy. Chapter 388. The interior of the volcano might be different from what many people imagined. It was hollow like an iron box, and it was filled with boiling magma. The so-called magma was actually a silicate substance that had melted into a molten state due to high temperature. It would show different colors according to the temperature. The higher the temperature, the lighter the color. Under the illumination of the flames, the magma reservoir buried under Yellowstone Park was a colorful underground world. In addition to the red magma, the magma reservoir was mainly red and yellow. The yellow was sulfur, and the red was iron. In addition, there was a black substance at the top of the magma reservoir. This black substance was the surface of the rock formed by the cooling of the gas. Yellowstone Park's supervolcano would erupt once every 600,000 years. The last time was about 630,000 years ago. Therefore, this supervolcano had entered the eruption cycle and could erupt at any time. Scientists had used computers to simulate the eruption. Once the supervolcano in Yellowstone Park erupted, 90% of the people within 1,000 kilometers would not be spared. Most of them would die from inhaling the volcanic ash, which would cause their lungs to solidify. In other words, most of the United States would become a land of death. There was no chance of survival. After the eruption, the volcanic ash that was spewed out by the magma would drift to every corner of the earth within 2 days. Then, the nuclear winter would arrive. The thick volcanic ash would cover most of the world. Sunlight would not be able to reach the earth. A large number of animals and plants would begin to die, and black acid rain would cover the entire world. This process would last for at least 3 to 6 months. In other words, once the supervolcano erupted, not only would the United States suffer, but the entire world would fall into a food crisis. The disaster movie 2012 had already shown this point. After all, Shi was not a geologist. Therefore, when he chose the location of the pill refinement, he only focused on finding the largest volcano and did not consider other problems at all. The refinement of the pill had reached the final stage. Shi floated at the top of the magma reservoir. The ball of light directly below him was the heaven and earth furnace that he had set up. In addition, he had even set up a spirit gathering formation here. With Yellowstone Park as the center, all the spirit energy within 100 miles flowed into it, so that the entire magma reservoir was filled with rich spirit energy of heaven and earth. It was like a balloon that had been stretched to its limit and could explode at any time. Lava surged and earth fire raged. Heaven and earth were the furnace, and spiritual energy was the charcoal. Under the continuous burning of the earth fire, the medicinal properties of the Adumbra flower were completely unleashed. Once the spirit pill was formed, the restriction would fall apart, and the compressed spirit chi of heaven and earth would explode in an instant. Its intensity would not be inferior to a large-scale spirit chi tide. In fact, it was even more ferocious and surging than the tide of spiritual energy. At the same time, it was also more threatening. She waited patiently, focusing all his attention on the ball of light. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came from the top of the magma chamber. Crack! It was a very weak sound. Before she could react, the faint cracking noise had turned into a series of loud rumbling noises. The earth seemed to be torn apart. Immediately afterward, the volcanic passage that had been deposited for hundreds of thousands of years came alive again. The strong air pressure continued to rise, trying to find a way to vent. The mountain could not withstand the pressure, and huge cracks began to appear, spreading all the way to the surface at an extremely fast speed. The cracks grew bigger and more numerous. Countless huge rocks continued to fall from above. The moment the huge rocks smashed into the magma below, the magma boiled, and sparks flew everywhere. Shi was stunned. Until this moment, he didn't even realize what a terrible thing he was doing. The earth began to tremble. Under the pressure, countless cracks appeared on the inside of the mountain. The cracks reached the surface. In an instant, countless geothermal fountains erupted from Yellowstone Park at the same time. Because the temperature was too high, the snow on the surface began to sublimate, turning from a solid to a gas in an instant. A thick fog shrouded the park. At the same time, earthquake alarms sounded in several cities around Yellowstone Park. The tremors grew stronger and stronger. This was not an earthquake, but the supervolcano had begun to become active. Under the pressure, the weak surface of the earth began to bulge, undulating strangely like waves. Birds cried out, and beasts howled. Countless animals ran out of the park, and flocks of birds flew across the sky, blotting out the sun. The only thing worth celebrating was, it was probably because Yellowstone Park was not open to tourists during this period of time. This place was freezing cold. Other than a few park staff, there were not many people. She was inside the magma chamber so he could see more clearly. He saw the mountain collapse. He also saw the magma boiling. Originally, he came to pick up the medicine happily, but he did not expect to witness a volcanic eruption with his own eyes. She finally realized the seriousness of the matter. But just as he was about to find a way to contain the volcanic eruption, the elixir came out of the furnace without warning. The sudden burst of spiritual energy forced him to take a few steps back. Seeing this, she could not help but let out a long howl, and immediately rushed toward the ball of light. It was not easy to wait for the elixir to come out of the furnace. If he really failed at this time, wouldn't he be depressed to death? The spiritual energy turned into gusts of wind, like sharp blades, constantly slapping Shi's body. Even if his cultivation was unparalleled, at this moment, he could only barely withstand the pressure, and then slowly approached the elixir. The elixir was quietly suspended in the middle of the cave. It was like a luminous pearl, shining brightly. After such a long time of extraction, the medicinal properties were fully displayed. As soon as it came out, the magma chamber was filled with a refreshing smell. Just taking a deep breath of the aroma would make one feel refreshed and refreshed. The elixir was right in front of him. Thinking of the efficacy of this elixir, even she could not help but feel a little excited. As long as he took this elixir, then Ying would step into the diviner realm and condense the golden elixir. In a moment of excitement, Shi also used all his strength, and a burst of true essence energy instantly erupted from his body, not inferior to the spiritual energy tide. The energy was like a sharp knife, leading Shi all the way to the elixir. However, with every step he took, a layer of true essence in his body would be consumed. Finally, Shi flew near the elixir. The moment his fingers touched the elixir, the surging spiritual energy in the magma chamber seemed to have heard the call, and all of it converged into the elixir. The pressure suddenly disappeared. However, before Chunshi had time to be happy, the boiling magma below was like a fountain, and it suddenly spewed up into the sky. Why did the volcano not erupt? That was because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth filled the cave, and thus the magma was firmly pressed in the magma chamber. Once Chunshi took the elixir, the magma that had lost its suppression would be like a dam bursting, and it would spray out more fiercely and violently than before. This was an explosive volcanic eruption. From afar, it looked like a supernuclear bomb had been dropped in Yellowstone Park. First, a burst of strong light lit up the sky. Immediately after, a gigantic mushroom cloud slowly rose. At the same time as the mushroom cloud rose, there were countless bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. The angry volcano spewed magma and thick smoke, and ferocious electric snakes hissed in the air. This was not a movie, but a joint performance of the sky and the earth. Volcanic lightning. Chapter 389. The supervolcano erupted. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. The crater of the volcano was like a lit-up firework. First, it emitted a cloud of smoke that covered the sky. Then it suddenly exploded into the sky. In an instant, a mushroom cloud formed by volcanic ash and steam rose into the sky, almost breaking through the clouds. Dark red magma spewed out along with the billowing black smoke. The red-hot rocks were pushed into the sky and exploded like fireworks, then fell in all directions. From afar, it looked like thousands of meteors had passed by, leaving streaks of fiery red marks in the sky. At the same time, the shock waves that accompanied the explosion spread out wave after wave. Countless boulders were blown away by the strong wind, and countless trees were uprooted. The accumulated snow on the ground turned into white smoke and drifted in all directions. At that moment, all living things cried out, and the plants bowed their heads. Because sound traveled the slowest, after the shock waves exploded, the loud rumbling sound began to spread out in all directions. The entire earth was shaking violently. Magma spewed out from the crater of the volcano, black smoke filled the sky, and hot flames swallowed a large area of land. This was the anger of nature. All living things were destined to be doomed, and could only helplessly fall into this terrible disaster. This scene, it must be the so-called, the birth of a drought demon. Thousands of miles of land were barren. Starving people were everywhere, and not even a blade of grass grew. Chunshi turned into a golden light and flew out of the thick smoke. When he saw the scene in front of him, he finally realized what he had done. The huge Yellowstone Park had become a purgatory. Magma spewed out from the crater of the volcano, spreading out wave after wave. Magma spread all over the ground, like a bright red wound, and blood was gushing out. This was definitely an accident. Chunshi looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. After he came back to his senses, he began to think about how to remedy the situation. After all, he was not a patriot. Although the United States was annoying, the people of the United States were innocent. Chunshi's worldview was not so twisted and dark. How to remedy it? This was really a problem. Volcanic eruptions were not short-lived, but rather a continuous process. Once this hole was opened, magma would continuously gush out from the ground. This would last for at least a few hours, at most a few days, or even a few years. Rain could not extinguish a volcano. This was because volcanoes were not only found on land. There were also volcanoes under the sea. Even the sea could not extinguish a volcano, let alone a few heavy rains. Chunshi looked at the crater with a worried expression. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with the simplest and most violent method, and that was, he directly blocked the volcanic crater. Just like the pressure cooker, wouldn't the problem be solved once the lid was put back on? This restriction didn't even need to be too exquisite. It just needed to be hard and strong enough to withstand the pressure from the magma reservoir. Thinking of this, Chunshi immediately began to work hard to arrange. As long as they acted quickly, they might be able to save many lives before the magma spread to the nearby cities. While Chunshi was busy cleaning up the mess, Karakoram, This was a place she was very familiar with. However, this place hid many secrets that no one knew about. It was cold here. Other than the snowy mountains that had not melted for thousands of years, there was only the blue sky and white clouds. There were many mountains here. After climbing over a tall mountain, one would see countless tall mountains. Above the white snow, in the middle of the vast mountain range, there was a seemingly ordinary 10,000-year-old snow mountain. It was not high enough, nor was it dangerous enough. In addition to this remote terrain, it did not even have a widely spread name. It was just the most inconspicuous mountain among the vast mountains. However, 10,000 years ago, it also had a very beautiful name, which was Floating Mist Mountain. The green grass could be waves, and the blue sea could be dust. The green hills could be turned into a flowing ocean, and the sea could also be turned into the land where dust had settled. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The glory of Floating Mist Mountain had turned to dust with time. The current Floating Mist Mountain was probably just a barren snowy mountain. But today, however, this barren snowy mountain welcomed an uninvited guest. Jiang Yan. In fact, since the moment Wuxia attacked Diyu Island, there was no such person as Jiang Fengyan in this world. A 20-year-old body and a 1,000-year-old soul. After a month of recuperation, Jiang Yan had completely adapted to this body. So with every movement he made, his body naturally exuded a weather-beaten feeling. Jiang Yan stepped on the snow and walked slowly, step by step. It was like an ant walking on a painting. Although it was small, it was very obvious. It seemed that this was not the first time Jiang Yan had come here. But perhaps because it had been too long, he would stop and look around after a few steps to make sure that he did not take the wrong path. He did not fly, but walked slowly on the snow. But as he walked, Jiang Yan's figure actually disappeared into thin air just like that, because he walked into a formation. The instant he stepped into the array formation, a passageway appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes. Jiang Yan did not even hesitate and walked straight into the tunnel. There was no light source in the tunnel. It was pitch black. But Jiang Yan had no intention of lighting a light at all. He continued to walk forward without stopping. He did not know how far he had walked before a faint light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Seeing this, a faint smile immediately appeared on Jiang Yan's face. At the end of the tunnel was a hall. There was only a faint green light source inside. From afar, it looked like a will-o'-the-wisp. It wandered in the hall while emitting a dim light. The moment Jiang Yan stepped into the hall, an old voice sounded in the hall. Who's here? It's me, Jiang Yan. The young man's voice was good. The energetic voice suddenly formed a sharp contrast with the lifeless voice. And as soon as Jiang Yan's voice fell, the hall that had been silent for a long time seemed to come alive again. Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan. Countless different voices sounded in every corner of the hall, just like the many spectators sitting around. The moment they saw Jiang Yan appear, they cheered in unison. But these voices sounded like the voices of dried corpses. It was dry and shriveled, and at the same time it was a bit harsh and hoarse. Jiang Yan seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. After a while, he raised his arms and signaled for everyone to be quiet. The cheers stopped abruptly. At this time, Jiang Yan faced the center of the hall and said slowly, "I'm sure you all know what's going on outside. So now I just want to ask, the oath back then, is it still valid now?" After that, Jiang Yan began to look around. But no one answered him. The entire hall was silent. It was quiet and empty. It was as if he was the only living person in the room. Jiang Yan stood in the center of the hall and waited silently. After a long while, the old voice sounded again. "How can the oath of the 9 serenities be taken lightly? Since you have decided to come out, we will not continue to endure here. Go ahead and make the arrangements. If there is no doubt, I am willing to respect Jiang Yan as the co-leader of the 9 serenities and lead us to fight against Tiandu. Do you have any objections?" As soon as this question was asked, there was a sound of agreement in the hall. Seconded. 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 Just like the company's board of directors, Jiang Yan was officially elected as the new CEO of the 9 serenities. There were 9 levels of heaven and 9 levels of earth. There was Tiandu above and the 9 serenities below. The 2 words 9 serenities were the fundamental reason why Zhang Yan dared to go against Tiandu. For this, he was even willing to sacrifice the entire Zhang family and offer up all the remaining celestials on Daiyu Island for the 9 serenities to take. Because what he wanted. Chapter 390. After Chun Shi busied himself for half a day, the mess in Yellowstone Park was finally cleaned up. For this reason, he specially set up a super large restriction to completely seal the magma reservoir. In fact, this could be regarded as a blessing in disguise. After Chun Shi's messing around, part of the pressure on the Yellowstone Park supervolcano had been removed. Coupled with the effect of the restriction, the next natural eruption of this volcano was estimated to be tens of thousands of years later. If the United States knew the truth of this matter, they would probably only be grateful to Chen Shi and would worship him as their ancestor. It was just a short eruption. Although the scale was large, the destructive power was always limited. The only thing that was painful to lose was probably the beautiful natural scenery of Yellowstone Park. Even if they immediately began to rebuild it, it would take many years to form an ecological chain of today's scale. Of course, these losses were not for Chen Shi to worry about. He had done what he could and made up for what he could. Therefore, after carefully checking the restriction, Chen Shi happily took the spirit pill and embarked on the return journey. Perhaps because he was in a good mood during the flight to Wuxia, he took out the spirit pill from time to time to observe it. Just a whiff of this fragrant scent was enough to make one intoxicated. Although the grade of the spirit pill was not as high as he imagined, it could barely reach the 6th or 7th grade. After all, the supplementary ingredients were just some ordinary medicinal materials. It was already very good to be able to reach this standard. And with the current conditions on Earth, how could Chen Shi not be satisfied with the fact that such a high-grade spirit pill could be refined? Humans should always be content with what they have. Refining pills was a craft, and it could not be done without some experience. Refining pills according to a recipe was something that only a worker would do. With Chen Shi's years of experience, coupled with his understanding of medicinal materials and pharmacology, he could naturally configure a prescription that was really suitable for the current situation based on the existing materials. Therefore, this spirit pill was absolutely unique. It didn't even have a name. Even if one searched the entire Heavenly Jade domain, they wouldn't be able to find a second one. Naturally, the naming rights fell to Chen Shi. However, he didn't have any fancy ideas at all. He didn't even bother to come up with a name. He directly began to think about how to divide up the spirit pills. There was only one spirit pill, but it could be divided into several portions. He cut it in half and gave the other half to Yingying. The remaining half would be divided into 3 parts, one for him and one for Nianyan. Then, the last portion would be cut in half. One half would be given to his father-in-law and the other half would be given to Madame Jiang. His sister-in-law had already eaten the heaven and earth treasure before, so she had indigestion. Therefore, Chen Shi directly ignored Qin Shueqing this time. As for Big Cat and Big Head, their cultivation levels were too low, so it was enough for them to eat some energy cultivation pills. Thinking of this, a name suddenly popped up in Chen Shi's mind. Lin Xian. After such a long time, Lin Xian should have stepped into the middle stage of the qi refinement realm, right? Should he cut Madame Zhang's portion in half and give half to her? Chen Shi seriously thought about this problem. As he thought about it, he unknowingly returned to Shangjing. During this period of time, as long as he sent Nianyan to school, Chen Shi would immediately go home to accompany Qin Ruoying to cultivate. Since he was already out today, why not go to school and see how Nianyan's class looked like? Therefore, Chen Shi immediately turned around and flew toward Donghua Gate Kindergarten. Nianyan's class today was really interesting. It was a theme class. The content of the theme was My Mom and Dad. This was the most common class in kindergartens. It was mainly to guide children to understand themselves and others correctly, to develop a close and cooperative attitude toward others and society, and to learn the preliminary interpersonal skills. Since the correct child wanted to get to know others, the first thing to do was to start with the people around the child, which was their parents. That was why today's class was held. Previously, the teacher had already taught the children how to draw a family portrait, so today they picked up their own painting and introduced their family members to everyone in turn. The content of the class was actually quite simple. It was nothing more than the teacher asking questions, and the children standing up to answer. Of course, the questions were also very simple. For example, who is the person in the painting? What does it have to do with you? Is it good for you? What do they like to do the most? The children stood up one by one to answer. She hid outside the classroom and listened to every word with great interest. Finally, it was Nyenyen's turn to stand up. The little girl did not have stage fright at all. She pointed at the person in the painting and answered the teacher's questions generously. When the teacher asked her, "What does Dad like to do the most?" the little thing opened its mouth and replied, "Daddy loves to cook the most. Dad's cooking is delicious. I like Dad's cooking." "Then do you like Dad's cooking more? Or do you like Dad more?" "Ah!" After the teacher threw out a question that she hadn't asked before, the little girl was stunned on the spot. She didn't seem to expect the teacher to ask such a question at all. So after hesitating for a moment, the little girl frowned and whispered softly, "I like both. Dad's cooking is delicious. I like Dad." The moment he heard this sentence, the expression on Chanshi's face was very rich. "So if your father doesn't know how to cook, you won't like him?" The little girl's answer wasn't wrong, but it wasn't perfect. After the teacher's guidance, she finally realized the importance of her father, so she quickly nodded and affirmed, "Even if Dad's cooking isn't good, I like Dad." Children's words carried no harm. It was actually quite interesting to listen to children talk when they had nothing to do. After the little girl sat down, it was the brothers' turn. Because they were twins, the two of them drew a picture together. The teacher asked questions as usual, but she didn't expect to make a mistake here. And that was, she didn't find out the child's family situation clearly. Therefore, when the teacher casually asked who was the father, the brothers exploded on the spot. "We don't have a father. Old Gu didn't teach them this, and the old man wasn't so petty. In fact, it was Gu Yao who taught them this. Perhaps it was because she quarreled with Xia Kaiji when she was alive, so Gu Yao had been holding back her resentment after she died, so she would instill this idea in the brothers from time to time. Of course, they had to listen to what their mother said. So, they didn't have a father." When the brothers shouted this sentence in unison, the teacher knew that something bad had happened. Sure enough, as soon as the brothers finished speaking, the other children were surprised and started to talk about it. "Teacher, is he a wild child without a father? Mom told me before, if I'm taken away by bad people, then I'll lose my parents and can only become a wild child." Wild child. He's a wild child. Wild child. In recent years, the divorce rate had been increasing, and the impact of parents' divorce on children was definitely the most profound and heavy. This was a sensitive topic. Therefore, the kindergarten teacher paid attention to this issue and even specifically investigated the family situation of each child before entering school. She didn't think much at that time and directly said the names of Xia Kaiji and Gu Yao. He never thought that the brothers wouldn't recognize this father at all. Chapter 391. Schools nowadays paid attention to humanized teaching. Whether it was kindergarten, primary school, or secondary school, a qualified teacher would always prevent the children from facing these problems directly. Of course, there were also many retarded teachers who would not care about these details at all. Knowing that there were children in the class who had lost their father at a young age, the teacher still assigned similar essay topics, such as "My father," "Father, I want to tell you," "Father's love," and so on. If this was not retarded, then what was? How should the children write? Should they rely on their imagination to make it up? In fact, this was not an essay at all, but a sharp knife inserted into the children's chests. The children were still so young. If they could enlighten and encourage themselves to successfully walk out of their psychological trauma, then all the child psychologists in the world could be fired. According to the education philosophy of Donghua Gate Kindergarten, this kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Once the principal found out, the teacher would immediately pack up and leave. Therefore, after hearing the brothers shout that they did not have a father, even the teacher was shocked. It was human nature to be exclusive. Most of the children in the class were either rich or respectable. They had lived in different circles since they were young, so naturally, they were more exclusive than ordinary children. Without a father, The brothers were the outliers in the eyes of this group of children. Outliers would always be excluded. When the children shouted "wild children" for the first time, the brothers were labeled as outliers on their foreheads. Regarding this problem, the brothers were very calm. The two of them stood upright in the middle of the classroom, and there was no intention of avoiding the gaze in their eyes, because in their eyes this was the truth, and the facts also proved that they only needed their mother and grandpa. Of course, the brothers did not have much of a reaction, mainly because they had not experienced what Nian had experienced. They had not been ridiculed and ostracized by children of the same age, so naturally, they did not understand that the words "no father" could not be said casually. The class suddenly became lively. Seeing this, the teacher could only quickly signal for everyone to be quiet. But at this moment, the little girl at the side suddenly flipped out. "Don't talk nonsense." Nian stood up from her seat and then shouted at the class with righteous indignation, "They are not wild children." The little girl was very angry. On one hand, it was because the two brothers were the closest to her. On the other hand, it was because she had a deeper understanding of the word "wild child." She didn't like those three words, so naturally, she wouldn't allow others to say that about her little friend. "Wenwen and Mingming's father is on a business trip. My father used to go on business trips too. He only returned after a very long time. That's why they called me a wild child. Let me tell you, I'm not a wild child. My father is back. He comes to school every day to bring me home. Wenwen and Mingming's father will come back too. I'm not a wild child. They are not wild children. We are not wild children." While speaking, the little guy suddenly burst into tears. After all, he was still a child. It was not easy for her to defend herself under such circumstances. After Nian's interruption, the teacher finally came back to his senses and immediately comforted her. Then, the teacher used Nian's words and began to guide the children in the class. Everyone's parents were not at home sometimes, so they couldn't be called wild children because of that, right? In order to prevent the two brothers from causing trouble again, the teacher didn't even dare to let them speak again. He directly let them sit back in their seats and play a little game with Nian. When Nian gradually stopped crying, the teacher decisively changed the theme of the day, and then led the children to sit on the small train outside the house. There were 3 teachers in a class. The main teacher made such a big mistake, so the teachers in the side class should report it to the principal. But considering that everyone was in the same boat, the teachers in the side class concealed this matter. The small disturbance soon subsided. Nian's little face showed a smile again, but the two brothers' faces showed a thoughtful expression. Perhaps from this moment on, the shadow of their father gradually emerged from the bottom of their hearts. She was like a bystander, silently watching the whole process. To be honest, when he saw Nian stand up and passionately defend the two brothers, he, as a father, was really shocked. That feeling was hard to describe. In short, Nian's performance today made him very satisfied. He didn't raise his daughter in vain. "Dad will always love you, forever and ever. Happy." She called the big cat who had been squatting on the wall pillar and dozing off. Then he scraped a layer of skin from the elixir and threw it to the big cat. This guy was lying on the school wall every day, doing nothing but sleeping. Today, the leader happened to be inspecting, so he was happy and gave it such a big gift. It was really a blessing from the sky. The big cat happily jumped around Chun-Shi's feet like a dog. Chun-Shi was waiting for the little guy to finish school while thinking about the two brothers. He really had to find time to talk to old Gu. Regardless of the grudge between Xia Kaiji and Gu Yao, the child was innocent. How could he instill such thoughts in the child? This kind of thinking was unacceptable. Chun-Shi was seriously thinking about the child's education, but he didn't notice. He hadn't been in seclusion for a long time to seek a breakthrough. He clearly had an epiphany some time ago on Daiyu Island. Now, he only needed to concentrate on seclusion, and the day he came out would be the day he reached insightful emptiness. But even so, Chun-Shi still didn't plan to go into seclusion, because he had to pick up Nian from school every day, cook for Nian, and play with Nian. These trivial matters took up too much of his time and made him live more and more like an ordinary person. The life of an ordinary person was trivial, Nothing more than some household chores. He could even do nothing all day, just stay outside Nianyan's classroom and watch his daughter grow up day by day. Actually, to put it bluntly, in his current state, he didn't deserve to be a cultivator at all. Cultivation didn't just fall from the sky, it had to be accumulated bit by bit. It was also because of this that Qin Xueqing sometimes felt very strange. Did Chun Shi really not need to cultivate? Nianyan was very cute, but because of Nianyan, did he really have to completely give up on cultivation? As a qualified martial arts fanatic, her sister-in-law really didn't understand Chun Shi's approach, so she also talked to Chen Shi. In this regard, Chun Shi's attitude was more resolute than she imagined. Nianyan was indeed more important than cultivation. If he had to choose between Nianyan and cultivation, Chun Shi would also choose the former without hesitation. You say it's trivial, but I say it's deep and meaningful. Probably only Chun Shi himself could understand the meaning behind it. You're under too little pressure. This was the last sentence Qin Xueqing said to Chen Shi before she went into seclusion, because in her opinion Chun Shi was simply a nouveau riche. Once he had a little money, he began to forget himself. He was busy taking the child around all day and didn't care about his own career at all. One had to know that his current stability came from his previous accumulation. Once these accumulations were exhausted, was he going to take the child and sell vegetables on the streets? This was the difference in values. Chapter 392. December 22nd, Winter Solstice. Although this year's winter came late, the snowfall was not much worse than last year's. Snow fell like goose feathers. After a night, a thick layer of snow piled up in the alley. The little guy had been talking about skating all day, but he did not know that the ice rink in Hohai would not open for another month. Everything was the same as usual. After the little guy cuddled with Chun Shi as usual, he got up and went to school. Chun Shi stayed behind the wall until he finished watching the little guy do his morning exercises. Then, he slowly strolled back to Dongming Alley like an ordinary person who got up early for a walk. But what was different from usual was, Chun Shi met an acquaintance at the entrance of the alley today. Mr. Chun, long time no see. The person was Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was wearing a long black down jacket and a gray wool hoodie on his head, hiding his long hair. Jiang Yan's current appearance. He looked no different from the young people you could see on the street. The only difference was that he still had an outstanding temperament that was as deep as the abyss. Why are you here? Chun Shi never thought that Jiang Yan would come to Shangjing and even find him at his door. So the moment he saw Jiang Yan, he was a little surprised. Could it be that this old guy had been stuck in the soul crystal for too long and wanted to wander around after taking over his body? Haha. Actually, it's like this. After I took the elixir you gave me, I realized that this elixir was extraordinary. You must have added a lot of rare herbs in it, right? Jiang Yan laughed. After seeing Chun Shi extend his hand and make a pleased gesture, he immediately followed Chun Shi into the courtyard. The visitor was a guest, so he had to at least show some basic courtesy. So, Chun Shi led Jiang Yan to the main hall and made him a pot of tea. I did add a lot of things, but they are just some common herbs. The most important thing is your adumbra flower. After hearing Chun Shi's words, Jiang Yan immediately laughed and said, "The Jiang family doesn't have such exquisite alchemy skills like yours. After your careful concoction, this adumbra flower really showed its medicinal effects. If that's the case, the Jiang family has really profited." Jiang Yan seemed very happy. Seeing this, Chun Shi laughed a few times. She was too lazy to be polite with him. As long as he was happy, it was fine. In fact, after Chun Shi thought that this elixir would definitely end up in Jiang's stomach, he cut the Jiang family's portion in half and planned to leave the other half for Lin Xian. After all, he should not let the goodies. The old man had been hiding in the soul crystal for so many years, so he probably had accumulated a huge amount of vital energy. Thinking about it, this little bit was not too much and this little bit was not too little. He just had to make do with it. To be honest, based on the amount that Jiang Yan had consumed, it was probably not as effective as directly swallowing the adumbra flower. Therefore, even if Chun Shi used her but to think, she knew that the old man must have other motives for coming to her door today. All right, you don't have to be so polite with me. Chun Shi did not have the time to talk nonsense with him, so he asked directly, "Tell me, why did you come all the way here?" Hearing this, the smile on Jiang Yan's face became even more cheerful. "Ha ha ha ha. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to come out for a walk and pay you a visit." At this point, Jiang Yan's gaze fell on the couplet in the middle of the main hall. "The heavenly gate is broken. The river opens. The jade water flows east." However, his gaze did not linger for long. Then he put on a rather emotional expression and sighed. "White clouds for 1,000 years. The sky is long. Look at this world. Where does it look like it used to? When I came here, I even took that big guy called an airplane. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Now, even mortals can ride the clouds and travel thousands of miles in a day. It's just like what the ancestors said. A day in the mountains is 1,000 years in the world. I think it's time for Daiyu Island to change its philosophy. The Jiang family can't always live in the past. We should try to integrate into the present." The old man was a chatterbox, and once he opened his mouth, he would not stop muttering. After listening for a while, she felt a headache coming on, so he found an excuse to send him out. No wonder everyone said that the older a person was, the more long-winded they became. This old man had been holding it in for thousands of years. If he really let him continue, wouldn't he talk for 3 days and 3 nights? "All right, then I won't disturb you. Have a good rest. I'll go to the Great Wall again." Haha. Jiang Yan stood in the alley and waved goodbye to Chun-Shi with a smile. After Chun-Shi chuckled, he didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries, and directly closed the door. "Bye-bye to you." Jiang Yan didn't feel offended at all. When he turned and walked out of the alley, there was even a faint smile on his face. After that, Jiang Yan strolled leisurely on the streets, looking around from time to time. He looked like a tourist who had just arrived in the city. However, just as Jiang Yan walked out of the main street, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Jiang Yan glanced at him and said coldly, "There are people coming and going here. Can't you wait until there's no one before you appear?" Hearing this, that person said indifferently, "They're just a bunch of ants, so what if they see us? They'll only think that their eyes are playing tricks on them." Enough. Jiang Yan seemed to be quite dissatisfied with this person's approach, so his face turned cold on the spot. However, that person still didn't care, but looked around curiously, especially at the complicated structure of the viaduct not far away. If Chun-Shi were here, he would definitely feel very puzzled. Since when did Jiang Zhengqing dare to talk to Jiang Yan like this? That's right, the middle-aged man walking side by side with Jiang Yan at this moment was Jiang Zhengqing, who was previously beaten into the ground by Chun-Shi. Although Jiang Zhengqing was arrogant and unruly, he was still a member of the Jiang family, and the Jiang family's ancestral teachings had long been branded in his blood and marrow. So naturally, he couldn't be so disrespectful to Jiang Yan. So the person in front of him couldn't be Jiang Zhengqing at all. "Don't blame me for not warning you. This Mr. Chun isn't someone you can afford to offend. If you want to overthrow Heaven Capital, then you must need his help, and you can't afford to be on bad terms with him." Seeing Jiang Yan's serious look, Jiang Zhengqing also withdrew his previous frivolity and became much more serious, so he replied in a deep voice, "I know." Seeing this, Jiang Yan didn't say anything more. The reason he suddenly came to visit Chun-Shi today was to let his companions see Mr. Chen's abilities. Not to mention Mr. Chen's cultivation, it wasn't difficult to see that this person was definitely not someone to be trifled with just by looking at the restrictions inside and outside the 4-part courtyard. Jiang Zhengqing obviously knew his limits. However, after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "I still feel a little strange. You and I have lived for thousands of years, so why haven't we heard of such a person in the world? Are you so sure he's not from Heaven Capital?" After hearing Jiang Zhengqing's words, Jiang Yan didn't immediately answer, presumably thinking about the reason behind it. After a long while, Jiang Yan frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. Based on the strength this person has shown before, he's at least above the level of a divine general, or even at the level of a heavenly venerable. Over the years, no divine general has defected from Heaven Capital, and no heavenly venerable has died, so he can't be from Heaven Capital. Moreover, I think Wuxia really doesn't seem to know him." Hearing this, it was Jiang Zhengqing's turn to be silent again. It wasn't until the two of them walked side by side for a long distance that Jiang Jingqing said with a serious face, "I think this matter needs to be considered at length, so don't act rashly." Chapter 393, December 24th. Christmas Eve, Christmas Eve. With the rapid development of Wuxia over the years, the common people gradually began to understand and accept Western culture. Christmas was the most important holiday in Western countries. No matter how much Donghua Gate Kindergarten promoted traditional culture, they could not deliberately ignore it. Otherwise, how was it different from closing the country off? Therefore, Christmas was the only Western festival that Donghua Gate Kindergarten celebrated. Since it was a holiday, they naturally had to arrange themed activities. Playing with the children was secondary. The school mainly wanted the children to understand the differences between Chinese and Western culture more easily and understand the meaning of Christmas. They also hoped to cultivate the children's interest in learning English. After all, no matter how Wuxia developed in the future, it was imperative to integrate with the international community. Therefore, learning English was definitely beneficial to the children. The winter break would start in the middle of next month. Therefore, the kindergarten would usually set this day as the Winter Parent-Child Activity Day, requiring the parents to attend. The parent-child activity could not only promote the emotional exchange between the children and their parents, but it was also beneficial to the healthy growth of the children's body and mind. Naturally, its importance was needless to say. The kindergarten hoped that every child's parents could be present. For this reason, they gave the parents a notice half a month in advance, which could be considered as leaving sufficient time for the parents to prepare. Qin Ruoying originally wanted to participate. However, because she had taken the largest portion of the elixir some time ago, if she did not go into seclusion to digest it in time, much of the medicinal effect would be wasted. The adumbra flower was so precious. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Qin Ruoying's aptitude was very ordinary. If she did not rely on external help, then when would she be able to break through to the celestial being level? She had no choice but to repeatedly persuade her. After the little fellow said that she must let her mother have a good rest, Qin Ruoying reluctantly returned to her room and went into seclusion. Qin Ruoying could not be present, and she had other arrangements that day. Therefore, he had to find someone to take care of Nianyan for him temporarily. This important task, naturally, it fell on his sister-in-law's shoulders. For this, she specially called out his sister-in-law, who was in seclusion. Qin Xueqing had always been impatient with Nianyan, as if she didn't like children. However, she knew very well. Qin Xueqing was a typical example of a woman who said she didn't want to, but her body reacted honestly. Nianyan was taken care of by her sister-in-law, but the brothers were in trouble. The last time the two of them complained in the classroom that they didn't have a father, so she wanted Xia Kaiji to attend the Christmas party in person, hoping to ease the estrangement between father and son. After all, blood is thicker than water. When she proposed this idea, although Gu Lao still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he did not speak out against it. On the other hand, the reaction of the two brothers was obviously a bit too extreme. "We don't have a father." No, there isn't. "We don't want daddy. I just want my mother." The two brothers said one after another, and no matter what, they refused to acknowledge this father. This made Xia Kaiji, who was hiding outside the tea house, so sad that he shed tears. When he received Shi's call, Xia Kaiji was full of joy, thinking that Gu Lao had finally forgiven him. Unexpectedly, the children actually refused to acknowledge him. How could Xia Kaiji not feel sad? She tried to persuade the two brothers, but how could children easily give in when they were stubborn? Whoever tied the bell should untie it. She suddenly thought of Gu Yao, so he used the soul crystal to directly summon Gu Yao's soul back. After this period of recuperation, Gu Yao more or less recovered some of her consciousness. After being summoned by she quietly floated over the tea house and saw everything that happened in front of her with her own eyes. Gu Lao sat in the booth sullenly. The two brothers stood on the side crying endlessly. Xia Kaiji hid in the corner and silently wiped his tears. From the day she passed away, this happy family had already been shattered. Gu Yao was just an ordinary person, without the support of a profound cultivation base. Even with Chanshi's help, how long could her soul last? 3 years? 5 years? Or 10 years? In the end, she would disappear from the world, just like water evaporating. Not a single trace of her could be found. She was gone, but the children were still there. Even after 10 years, they would only be 15 or 16 years old teenagers. Gu Lao was already old. Did he really want them to grow up alone like wild children, without anyone to rely on? Gu Yao was persuaded by Chun Shi, and she finally figured it out. After the resentment that had shrouded her heart for a long time dissipated, her soul seemed to be a little purer. Then, Gu Yao quietly came to the two brothers. She didn't know what she said to the two brothers, but they quickly quieted down and obediently followed Chun Shi out of the tea house, standing in front of their biological father again. "Daddy?" The two brothers hesitated for a long time and then finally called out, "Daddy." The moment he heard these two words, the man who was shining in the workplace finally couldn't hold it anymore. He knelt on the ground. His hands tightly hugged the two brothers. Because of a moment of excitement, Xia Kaiji actually let out a whimper. "I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I'm sorry." He touched the two brothers' face, looking at them who obviously grew a lot taller. His tear-stained face couldn't help but reveal a trace of smile. "I'm sorry, it's all Daddy's fault. Daddy let you suffer." "I'm sorry, Yao Yao. I regret it so much." Xia Kaiji repented painfully, but he didn't know that every word he said now floated into Gu Yao's heart without missing a single word. Gu Yao came to Xia Kaiji's back. As usual, gently hugged him from the back. But it was a pity. Xia Kaiji could no longer feel that kind of feeling from before. Chun Shi quietly returned to the tea house, leaving the warm moment to Xia family's father and son. Sister-in-law sat in the booth, bored to death, flipping through the book, as if she was not interested in everything around her. The Christmas party will only start after school. Nian was still in school. The two brothers were taken out by Chun Shi. Qin Xueqing seemed to be dissatisfied with Chun Shi because of this trivial matter. So when she saw Chun Shi came over, she rolled her eyes at Chan Shi, and then turned her body to the side. Seeing this, Chun Shi didn't take it to heart, but directly sat in front of her, and smiled and asked, "Let me ask you a question. Why did you say you are cultivating?" Sister-in-law didn't answer. She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Chun Shi waited for a while. Seeing that she still didn't speak, he continued to say, "Your so-called cultivation, first of all, is to get rid of the distracting thoughts, not to care about the chaos of the mortal world. Or else, if the heart is not calm, it will mess up your actions. But why do I feel? This kind of cultivation is no different from getting rid of feelings? Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Getting rid of feelings, getting rid of desires? Is that still a human?" After hearing this sentence, Qin Xueqing finally reacted. She looked at Chun Shi with a speechless face, and just as she was about to say something, Chun Shi stood up and walked out. Before she left, Chun Shi didn't even look back as she threw down a sentence. This situation was very similar to the last time they talked. "I'll also leave you with a sentence. Who doesn't cultivate in life? Through the years of wind, frost, rain, and snow, feel the mellow and long life, the gains." Chapter 394. 7 o'clock in the evening. The lanterns were lit, and the night was still dark. Shangjing City was shrouded in darkness, and the Forbidden City was sleeping soundly. Donghua Gate Kindergarten, which was only a street away from the Forbidden City, was brightly lit and lively for the first time today. The children had just finished dinner when the Christmas-themed party slowly began. Shangjing's winter was very cold, so the party could only be held in each class. Under Chun Shi's repeated requests, Qin Xueqing reluctantly walked into the classroom. It had to be said that Qin Xueqing's image was indeed very outstanding. As soon as she stepped into the classroom, she successfully attracted everyone's attention. The classroom, which was noisy before, instantly became much quieter because of this. Which child's parent is this? So beautiful. Why haven't I seen her before? Is she a star? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen her. Look! She's here. She's here. In the classroom, regardless of gender, age. Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Shueqing a few more times. There were indeed many good-looking people in this world. Almost all of them were beauties in magazines and on TV, but it was extremely rare to see a beauty in real life. Beauty was one thing, but the other was because of temperament. When a living person stood in front of you, the temperament she exuded would directly affect the overall beauty of this person. Qin Shueqing was indeed very beautiful. But what was really eye-catching about her was actually her temperament, which was like an iceberg, extremely beautiful, but at the same time daunting. She was like a holy mountain on the plateau, which could only be looked up at, but could not be climbed. Auntie, I'm here. As soon as Qin Shueqing walked into the classroom, the little girl immediately noticed her, so she excitedly waved her little hand at her. Seeing this, Qin Shueqing went straight to the little girl and sat down. Qin Shueqing had always been indifferent to the little girl, but this little girl was very affectionate to her. Therefore, as soon as Qin Shueqing sat down, the little girl very intimately lay on her lap, then raised her little head and asked in a coquettish voice, "Auntie, where's Daddy? Why isn't Daddy here?" "Don't worry, he'll be here soon." "Oh, okay." Hearing this, the little guy nodded obediently, then reached out to pick up a piece of candy from the table and handed it to Qin Shueqing. "Auntie, have some candy." "No need, I've already eaten." "Oh." After not seeing each other for a long time, the little fellow wanted to be intimate with Qin Shueqing, but she didn't expect that Qin Shueqing was still indifferent to her. However, the little boy did not mind at all. Instead, he stuck close to Qin Shueqing and started to play by himself. "Hello, Miss Qin." Xia Kaiji had already met Qin Shueqing before, so he nodded to her politely. However, he was tactful and didn't try to talk to Qin Shueqing. After greeting her, he continued to whisper with the two brothers. Xia Kaiji didn't strike up a conversation with Qin Shueqing, but Wang Juncheng and Zhao Ziyu couldn't hold it anymore. In front of a peerless beauty, as a normal man, how could he not let his imagination run wild? What's more, the two of them had always felt that they were superior. They were rich and powerful, so naturally, they wouldn't shrink back just because Qin Shueqing showed a sour face. "Hello, are you Nianyan's aunt?" "I am." Wang Juncheng tried to talk to Qin Shueqing with the help of the child. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Shueqing said coldly, "Not interested." After that, Qin Shueqing closed her eyes directly and sat in the classroom with her eyes closed. Wang Juncheng was given the cold shoulder and had no choice but to get together with Zhao Ziyu resentfully. Although the two of them were nearly 10 years apart, they had the same bad ideas. Therefore, after giving Wang Juncheng a look, Zhao Ziyu secretly took out his cell phone and prepared to secretly take a photo of Qin Shueqing for investigation. However, the moment Zhao Ziyu turned on the camera, a stream of vital essence hit the cell phone, causing the screen to turn off. Zhao Ziyu fiddled with the cell phone for a long time and found that it couldn't be turned on. He had to take a deep look at Qin Shueqing, trying to remember her appearance. Qin Shueqing naturally knew what he was doing, so she opened her eyes and prepared to teach Zhao Ziyu a lesson. However, at this moment, a burst of cheerful music suddenly sounded in the classroom. Ding ding dang, ding ding dang, bell ding dang. How happy we are skiing, we sit on the sleigh. Ding ding dang, ding ding dang, bell ding dang. How happy we are skiing, we sit on the sleigh. The moment the accompaniment of ding ding dang sounded, all the children in the class sang together with the teacher. This was a surprise prepared by the teacher for the parents. The moment the music sounded, the Christmas lights in the classroom were all lit up. After the teacher took out the Christmas spray and sprayed it on the glass, the atmosphere in the classroom was suddenly pushed to the highest point. Every child's face was filled with the most enthusiastic smile. Since it was a parent-child activity, naturally parents and children had to play games together. The content of the game was very simple, which was to ask parents to accompany their children to make a Christmas card. Looking at the scissors, glue, colored pens, and socks on the table, Qin Shueqing's expression froze on the spot. When had she ever made these things in her life? But she had no choice. She had already promised Chen Shi that she would take care of Nianyan for him. Even if Qin Shueqing was unwilling now, She had to be patient and accompany the little girl to pick up the scissors and paintbrush, and began to make the first Christmas card in her life. While teaching everyone how to make a card, the teacher told a short story about Christmas on the podium. The most attractive one was, of course, Santa Claus, who gave gifts to every child on Christmas Eve. After telling the story, the teacher motioned for everyone to stop what they were doing for a while, and then announced loudly, "Children, look, who's here?" After that, the teacher pointed to the door of the classroom. Then, a Santa Claus wearing a red coat and a long white beard appeared outside the door. Santa Claus! The moment Santa Claus appeared, the children were in an uproar. He held a big red bag with many small gifts in it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he began to give the children gifts, and at the same time, he gave them an apple that meant peace. Finally, Santa Claus came to the little girl. The little girl eagerly took the apple from the old man's hand, looked up, and found that the face hidden under the beard was particularly familiar. Dad! He was indeed a biological child. Even if she was wearing a beard, the little girl still recognized him at a glance. Dad! The little girl excitedly jumped up and was about to go forward and hug Chun-Shi, but Chun-Shi made a shushing gesture to her. Shoo! Don't let others know that Dad is Santa Claus. This is a secret. If you tell others, Dad can't be Santa Claus. Hearing this, the little girl suddenly nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. I won't say. For the little girl, there was obviously nothing more surprising than her father being Santa Claus. The little girl was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, but her sister-in-law had a speechless expression. She never thought. Chun-Shi asked her to come out and take care of Nian, just to make a cameo appearance as Santa Claus tonight? Did he make a mistake? In fact, since the school proposed the Christmas-themed party, Chun-Shi went to discuss with the teacher, hoping that he could make a cameo appearance as Santa Claus. Originally, Santa Claus was to be played by the kindergarten staff, but since there were children's parents who were willing to make a cameo appearance, the teacher naturally wouldn't reject, and so today's event happened. Of course, this secret couldn't be known by the other children, otherwise they would be envious. This was the surprise that Chun-Shi specially prepared for Nian. From the little girl's reaction, his goal was achieved. Therefore, the first surprise that Nian experienced in her life. Chapter 395. Since she found out that her father was Santa Claus, the little girl had been very excited. She wanted to share the joy in her heart with the two brothers, but she had scruples about Chun-Shi's warning just now, so she could only hold her little face and wriggle with excitement all night. Maybe it was because Qin Shueching was sitting next to her today, so when the little girl drew the Christmas card, she specially drew it for her. This is Dad. This is Mom. This is Auntie. After drawing the card, the little girl handed the card to Qin Shueching as if she was presenting a treasure. When Qin Wanqing saw the little red person with a big belly on the card, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Wasn't this chubby Santa Chun-Shi? Looking at Nian's little face that had turned red because of happiness. Suddenly, Qin Shueching seemed to finally understand Chun-Shi's idea. With such a daughter, what more could a man ask for? It was said that a daughter was her father's little lover in his last life. Wasn't it because the first man in the world who saw her smile or cry was her father? The first man in the world who hugged her and kissed her was her father. The first man in the world who dared to say to her that he would always be by her side was also her father. Her father was her daughter's most firm and dependable support, and also the most affectionate and sincere man in the world to her. Only her father would care about her and love her without asking for anything in return. Her father would never be like other men. Yesterday, he kept saying that he loved you, but today he would stab you with the sharpest knife. In short, no matter what her father did, he always had only one starting point, and that was for the good of his daughter. As for whether his daughter could feel and understand the strong father's love in it, it was obviously another matter. A father's love was like a mountain, and a mother's love was like water. The mountain was high, mighty, and magnificent. The mountain was high, and the scenery was moving. The water was good, and the flow was meticulous. It was trickling, soft, and flowing continuously. This was a Christmas full of joy and joy. After the cards were finished, The teacher asked the children to give the cards to the people they wanted to give them to the most. Some children, under the guidance of their parents, gave the cards to their teachers. Some of the children gave the cards to their parents. Only the little girl did not do so. Instead, she put the greeting card into her small school bag. The teacher noticed her unusual behavior, so he came to her side and gently asked her who she wanted to give the card to. Hearing this, the little girl stared at her with her big eyes and asked in confusion, "Teacher, didn't you say that if we give the patients a card, they will get better faster? Mom is sick. I want to give this card to my mother. That way, Mom will recover faster." After saying that, the little girl patted her school bag like a treasure. It seemed that she had high expectations for this greeting card. She had lied to her that her mother was sick, and the little girl had always kept this matter in her heart. Patients needed more care and attention. This 5-year-old child had already learned how to care for others. Qin Xueqing fell silent. She gently stroked the little fellow's head, but didn't say a word, because she finally understood what exactly was his sister searching for back then. 10,000 Holy Valley was too cold. The stubborn feudal clan rules restricted her thoughts. So all along, she only had one pursuit in her heart. That was to cultivate, and cultivate again. Why cultivate? To ascend. But wasn't ascension another form of liberation? It was only at this moment that Qin Xueqing truly saw her own heart clearly. She seemed to be strong and decisive, but in fact, she was much weaker than Qin Ruoying. At least her sister could violate the clan rules in order to pursue what she wanted. But she could only numb herself by cultivating day and night. Just like what she said, humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. This was an unavoidable fact. If one extinguished their emotions and desires, would they still be human? Looking at Nianyan's innocent and beautiful smile, Qin Xueqing suddenly felt enlightened. She closed her eyes, and the vital energy in her body suddenly began to flow slowly. Under her influence, a faint breeze suddenly blew through the originally closed doors and windows of the classroom. The wind blew the paper on the picture album on the table, and also gently brushed the faces of all the children. No one noticed that something was wrong with her. This woman with exceptional talent and excellent aptitude. She actually had an epiphany just like that. At this moment, she had also changed and returned to the classroom. He noticed that Qin Xueqing was acting strangely, so he immediately set up a restriction to ensure that her epiphany would not be disturbed by the outside world. "Dad, what's wrong with Auntie? Auntie is tired. Let her rest for a while. She'll be fine soon." "Oh, then let's speak softly. Don't disturb Auntie. Good girl, you're sensible." His sister-in-law had an epiphany. After the Christmas party ended, she went home and shut herself in. The secular world tempered her heart, and she took it with equanimity. The world was full of disturbances, and her heart reflected the secular world. She just casually gave some advice, but he didn't expect Qin Xueqing to understand it completely. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. After all, this question was obviously beyond the scope of the syllabus. Perhaps this was what they meant by flowers planted with the intention do not bloom, but willows planted without the intention do. Ever since she found the Earth Soul, Qin Xueqing's cultivation level shot up like a rocket. Qin Ruoying had the best resources, but her cultivation progress was still like a tortoise's crawl. There was no obvious improvement at all. Everyone had their own fate. Fortunately, Qin Ruoying was not a narrow-minded person. Otherwise, she would be depressed to death if she saw this situation. December 31st. It was the last day of the year. She waited outside the West Wing door, like a father waiting for his child to be born. He paced back and forth in the courtyard, slightly anxious. Suddenly, a strong wave of spirit energy surged out from the West Wing. She immediately jumped into the room as if he had been electrocuted. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Ruoying sitting cross-legged on the bed and looking at him with a ying smile. Qin Ruoying had finally fully digested the effects of the spirit pill and officially came out of seclusion. "Come, Ying, let me see if there are any side effects." As Chunshi spoke, She moved closer to Qin Ruoying with a bashful face. In fact, Qin Ruoying had only broken through to the diviner stage. It wasn't a forced breakthrough, so how could there be any danger? She was taking the opportunity to take advantage of her. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying didn't hesitate. Instead, she offered her red lips and gently pecked Shi's face. Not enough, not enough. You have to do it here too. In your dreams? Not kissing? Then I'll kiss you instead. Aya, stop fooling around. Come on, just one. They were obviously an old couple, but when the two of them were together, they were still as sweet as before. After a round of lovemaking, Qin Ruoying gently leaned on Shi's shoulder and then chatted with him casually. How has Nianyan been doing during this time? Very good. She even made you a greeting card. When is the school holiday? Around the middle of next month. So soon? Why don't we take Nianyan out for a trip when she's on holiday? Oh, where do you want to go? Anywhere is fine as long as you're with me. Okay, you've worked hard during this time. I'll arrange it. When the time comes, let's go on a trip around the world as a family. How about that? The word cultivation was never the topic of conversation between husband and wife. They preferred to live in the moment and enjoy the sweet time with their family. And this should be the so-called happiness, right? Therefore, the only thing she wanted now was to let this happiness continue to last. No one could ruin his happy life. Chapter 396. January 3rd. After the New Year's holiday, Nianyan and the two brothers reluctantly returned to school. They had a great time during the holiday. The short time he spent with his son made Xia Kaiji experience a kind of happiness that he had never experienced before. Therefore, he came to the tea house every day. No matter how Gu Lao gave him a hard time, he acted like nothing had happened and followed the three children around shamelessly. No matter what the children wanted, Xia Kaiji would immediately run to buy it for them. Looking at his eagerness, people who didn't know would think that he had a mistress outside. As a father, she could naturally understand Xia Kaiji's feelings, so he didn't deliberately reject him. Instead, he gave him the responsibility of taking care of the children. In this regard, Xia Kaiji certainly couldn't ask for more. Therefore, he took the three children to stroll around Hohai every day. There were many people during the holiday. For safety reasons, she even let the big cat follow them all the way to prevent the three children from getting lost. With a young and strong nanny like Xia Kaiji, she immediately became free. He could finally free up some time to spend a few days with Qin Ruoying in their sweet two-person world. Falling in love, getting married, having children. Each stage would give people different insights. After changing from a two-person world to a three-person world, life would become trivial and repetitive, and there would no longer be the romance when two people were together. Even if 500 years had passed, she was still a romantic person. So every morning, as soon as Xia Kaiji took the three children out of the tea house, she took Qin Ruoying to start their honeymoon trip. Just as the lyrics say, I want to take you to romantic Turkey, then go to Tokyo and Paris. Actually, I really like Miami and Los Angeles with black people. Other people traveled by walking, but she traveled by flying. In a short span of 3 days, he had brought Qin Ruoying around the earth once. From Asia to Europe, from North America to South America. They rode in Venice and saw the sea in the Aegean Sea. They went to Iceland to enjoy the polar scenery, and then went to Africa to experience the tropical scenery. America's Grand Canyon, Egypt's pyramids, Turkey's Cotton Island, Maldives' Sea of Stars, everyone had their own experience with traveling. And Shi's experience was, the world is so big, I only want you by my side. When Nianyan came home every night, she would happily tell her mother where she had been, but she didn't know. When she was still squeezing around in Shangjing City, her father had already brought her mother to play all over the world. It was a happy holiday, a sweet time that only belonged to mom and dad. The little guy was still young, so he naturally didn't understand the world of adults. Perhaps out of compensation, she decisively decided. When Nianyan turned 16, he would take her to travel around the world. She was a girl after all, so she naturally had to be pampered. The higher one's horizons were, the harder it was for them to be fooled. In this regard, She even had a malicious fantasy. When Nian grew up, if a boy chased her and said that he wanted to take her on a trip, Nian would respond with disdain. Where are we going? The moon? If it's not the moon, then stop. My dad has already taken me to play all over the world. Thinking of this, Shi's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smug smirk. He really wanted to know, under his wise guidance, who could easily trick Nian away from him. Humph! How dare you lie to Nian? I'll break your leg for you. The holiday was over, and the days immediately returned to the usual peace. She seemed to be idling around all day with nothing to do, but she was secretly playing a big game of chess. The reason why he suddenly took Qin Ruoying on a trip around the world was, on one hand, to enjoy the two of them, and on the other hand, it was completely because of Wuxia. As the saying goes, if you don't kill the snake, it will eventually be harmful. After Wuxia escaped with serious injuries, she did think of looking for him. But in this vast sea of people, where should he go to find him? Wuxia was like an injured poisonous snake, hiding in a dark corner of the earth, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The earth was very big, but for cultivators of their level, the earth was still too small. This feeling was like having a poisonous snake at home, but she couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. She wasn't afraid of poisonous snakes, but Nian and Ying were afraid. With Wuxia's cultivation level, other than Shi, who else could deal with him? It was imperative to get rid of the source of the problem. Therefore, Shi set up restrictions in most areas of the world. These restrictions were equivalent to radars, each covering a range and sensing the fluctuation of spirit energy in the area at all times. As long as Wuxia attacked within the range of the restrictions, Shi would be able to detect his location immediately. Of course, if Wuxia didn't attack, Shi wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Anyway, let's take it slow. Let's see who has more patience. Needless to say, Shi's idea was very good. But he didn't expect this at all. Life always brings unexpected surprises to people. The weather was sunny today. The highest temperature was 6 degrees Celsius. Shi moved a chair to sit in the courtyard, basking in the sun while teaching Qin Ruoying his experience of condensing the core. The so-called cultivation naturally couldn't be achieved overnight. Dual cultivation and whatnot, that was something that only evil cultivators would practice. Shi claimed to be a good youth, so naturally, he wouldn't use this method to forcefully raise Qin Ruoying's cultivation level. It didn't matter if her aptitude was poor, as long as she cultivated slowly, there would be a day when she would break through. Ying, hold your breath and try to gather your vital essence in your energy center. Actually, the process of condensing the core is like forging iron. Only through repeated tempering and hammering can the impurities in the iron block be beaten out, thus making the treasured sword sharper and sturdier. Shi explained in an easy-to-understand way so that Qin Ruoying could understand more easily. After listening to his explanation, Qin Ruoying started to try to refine the primordial core in her body according to his method. The difference between the primordial core and the golden core was probably the difference between iron and steel. Only after going through a lot of tempering could iron become hard. After all, after repeated forging, it would become steel. After Qin Ruoying entered a meditative state, Shi set up a restriction for her, then sat beside her and observed silently. The situation was not bad. The elixir provided Qin Ruoying with enough raw materials, so the only thing she had to do now was to put all these raw materials into a furnace, then burn them repeatedly until the golden core came out. This was a very long process. Shi watched for a while, and after confirming that Qin Ruoying did not go astray, he closed his eyes and started his own cultivation. However, not long after Shi closed his eyes, Qin Ruoying suddenly stopped. She suddenly opened her eyes. Then, as if she was feeling a little uncomfortable, she subconsciously reached out and rubbed her forehead. Ying, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? She sensed that something was wrong with her, so he immediately jumped up from his chair and appeared directly beside Qin Ruoying, then gently pressed his hand on her back. My head is a little dizzy. Do I have a fever? Qin Ruoying rubbed her head, then forced a smile at Shi. What fever? You're already a diviner. How can a diviner fall sick? After saying that, Chun-Shi closed his eyes and began to sense if there was a spirit energy tied in some corner of the earth. However, after searching for a while, he did not find any signs of a spirit energy tide. It was as if the entire earth had fallen asleep. It was quiet and peaceful. Chun-Shi was a little confused. However, just as he was feeling very confused, Qin Ruoying suddenly closed her eyes and fainted beside him. Chapter 397. The moment Qin Ruoying fainted, Chun-Shi was completely stunned. He subconsciously reached out to support Qin Ruoying, but at the same time he looked up at the sky. It was winter at the moment, but the sky in Shangjing City was blue and white, clear and boundless. The warm winter sun emitted a warm golden light. It should have been a leisurely and comfortable afternoon, but a trace of coldness gradually rose from the bottom of his heart. He picked up Qin Ruoying by the waist and looked at his lover leaning unconsciously on his shoulder. At this moment, his mind was completely blank. Why exactly? Where did the spirit energy tide appear? Why didn't he notice any abnormalities? Chun-Shi gently placed Qin Ruoying on the bed. Then he sat cross-legged next to his lover. Without any hesitation, he directly took out the soul crystal and then used the amplification effect of the soul crystal to greatly enhance the strength of his divine soul. At the same time, the restrictions that Chun-Shi had set up all over the world seemed to have been stimulated by something. They suddenly expanded a lot, and the area they covered almost doubled. One after another, the perceptual restrictions were like a big net that covered the sky. The moment the big net opened, Chun-Shi's consciousness also spread out. In his perception, the whole world was quiet, so calm that there was not a trace of ripple. Chun-Shi did not believe it, so he mobilized his divine soul with all his strength, trying to bring the whole earth into his perception range. However, how big was the earth? The 7 continents only occupied 29% of the area, and the remaining 71% was all ocean. Chun-Shi was already struggling to perceive the 29% of the land, so how could he forcibly perceive the rest of the ocean? This was not a battle, and it had nothing to do with the accumulation of true essence. It was purely relying on the perception of the divine soul. This level of consumption had completely exceeded the limit of what he could bear. Therefore, after holding on for a few minutes, Chun-Shi's 7 orifices began to strangely bleed. Fortunately, Nian was not at home at the moment. Otherwise, wouldn't she be frightened by his current appearance? Chun-Shi gritted his teeth and persevered for a long time. In the end, because his spirit was unable to bear the burden, he had no choice but to stop this dangerous action. There was no sign of the tide surging, but Qin Ruoying still fainted because of dizziness. No matter how slow-witted Chun-Shi was, he should have figured out the reason by now. Turned out that he had been looking in the wrong direction. Previously, whenever Qin Ruoying felt dizzy, it must be when the tide was surging and the gate of heaven was about to open. This also made Chun-Shi fall into a misunderstanding, thinking that Yingying's illness was related to all of this. In fact, the spirit chi tide was a blessing given to cultivators by the heavens. How could it bring bad effects to people? The crux of the problem was not because of the spirit energy tide, but because sky-bearing art, floating dawn mirror. Every time the tide surged, the people behind the heavenly gate would take out the heaven-bearing efficacious floating mirror. Although he was not clear about the true use of this treasure, there was no doubt that once Tiandu used the sky-bearing art, Xiannu, who was in the lower realm, would definitely be affected. Xiannu. The name sounded good, but in reality, they were just a bunch of pitiful cannon fodder. After thinking through this point, Chun-Shi stopped all of his meaningless actions and quietly sat beside Qin Ruoying. He quietly looked at his lover's face, hoping that the first thing she saw when she woke up would be him. Unfortunately, Qin Ruoying did not wake up. It was as if she was asleep. Her breathing was slightly weak, but the frequency was orderly. Chun-Shi waited silently, but this time Qin Ruoying was unconscious for a much longer time than the last time. As the light in the room dimmed bit by bit, it meant that the sun was about to set. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone sounded. It was Chun-Shi's cell phone. At this moment, as if he had just woken up from a dream, he suddenly realized Nian was out of school. As expected, the moment Changshi picked up the phone, the little fellow's sweet voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "Daddy, where are you? We're out of school. Daddy was delayed by something. I'll come pick you up now. Wait for Daddy for 1 more minute. Okay?" "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Changshi lowered his head to look at his lover, who was still in a deep sleep. After gently kissing her forehead, Chanshi's figure suddenly disappeared from the room. When he appeared again, he was already outside the school gate. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy is here to pick me up. Goodbye, teacher." As usual, the moment the little fellow saw Changshi, she immediately raised her little hand, stepped forward, and ran towards him excitedly. After Changshi picked up the little fellow from the ground, the two brothers who had been following the little fellow finally relaxed and waved goodbye to the little fellow reluctantly. The two of them were now picked up by Xia Kaiji's car every day. Naturally, they did not have to trouble Changshi every day. "Daddy, teacher taught us how to sing today." "And? What song?" "Two Tigers." After saying that, the little fellow grinned very proudly. If it was in the past, Changshi would definitely accompany her to sing all the way home. However, to the little fellow's disappointment, Changshi just nodded casually today, and then there was nothing else. Seeing this, the little fellow was obviously a little unhappy. Just as she was about to flare up, the little fellow suddenly seemed to have thought of something. So she immediately shut her little mouth and quietly lay on Chanshi's shoulder. The teacher said, "Everyone has a time when they are in a bad mood. Even Daddy and Mommy are no exception. Daddy is in a bad mood today, so I won't disturb Daddy." Nian is very sensible. The father and daughter quickly returned home without saying anything. At this time, the little fellow finally knew why Daddy was in a bad mood. Mommy is sick again. Looking at Mommy lying on the bed, the little fellow followed Daddy's usual behavior and carefully covered Mommy with the quilt. After that, the little fellow stopped making a fuss. After eating her dinner obediently, she started to watch cartoons in silence. While watching cartoons, the little fellow would still look back at Daddy and Mommy from time to time. Daddy had been silently staying by Mommy's bedside. Although the cartoon characters on the TV kept making noises, there was a strange silence in the room from beginning to end. Time passed by, and soon it was time for the little fellow to sleep. She was sleepy. However, she did not call Daddy. Instead, she ran to the bathroom, then brought a small stool and tiptoed to turn on the tap. The sudden sound of running water startled Changshi. At this time, he finally realized that he had neglected Nian, so he quickly got up to help the little fellow wash up. After washing up, Changshi carried her to the bed. The little girl laid down on the bed by herself, and then slipped into the warm blanket like a wisp of smoke. The little fellow covered half of her face with the quilt, only revealing a pair of bright big eyes. Then, she used her big eyes to look at Mommy, who was sleeping soundly beside her, then looked at Daddy, who was beside her with a cloud of worry. At that moment, the little fellow seemed to have suddenly grown up. She actually hid in the quilt and comforted him in a muffled voice. "Daddy, don't be sad. Mommy will get better." The moment he heard this sentence, Chanshi's nose twitched, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. "Good girl, go to sleep. Daddy knows Mommy will get better. When Mommy gets better, Daddy will take you on a trip. Okay?" "Okay." After hearing Chanshi's words, the little fellow's face suddenly revealed a smile. Then, she suddenly sat up from the bed, leaned over and kissed Chanshi's face heavily, then obediently lay back down. "Mua. Good night, Daddy. I'm going to sleep." Chapter 398. The little fellow was sensible. In addition to knowing not to cause trouble for Dad, she even learned how to comfort Dad. Therefore, after Nian entered that sweet dreamland, Changshi let out a soft sigh in this dark room. "Dad, don't be sad. Mom will get better." The little fellow had already fallen asleep, but her words kept echoing in Chanshi's ears. Changshi silently savored this sentence. After a long time, he was like the prince who kissed Snow White in the fairy tale, kissing the little fellow and Qin Ruang's face one by one, then got up and left the room. As soon as he opened the door, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes suddenly hit his face. It started to snow in Shangjing City again. Chen Shi withdrew his vital essence, allowing the cold wind to wantonly enter his sleeves, and silently felt the chill brought by the cold wind. The whole sky was dark. There was only a little bit of weak moonlight, which seemed so cold. Chen Shi set up a restriction in the room, so that he could know the situation of Qin Ruoying at the first moment. Then he flew directly into the dark night sky. He flew very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown out of Wuxia and arrived above the Pacific Ocean. And the destination of his trip, obviously, it was the waterless cave located in the deep sea. Deep in the cave, Bai Hong and Qing Luan were still like suffering Jesus, hanging high above the cave by Chen Shi. Chen Shi didn't want to kill indiscriminately, so he kept them here. Because of the suppression of the spirit needles and spirit-piercing needles, the injuries of the two people did not get any treatment but worsened a lot, so they looked very bad. Being in prison was actually a very terrifying thing, especially this kind of cage that was similar to a small dark room. Unable to see the sun, unable to communicate with people. In this cramped and oppressive space, the most frightening and tormenting thing was, it was actually loneliness. Qing Luan's injuries were more serious, so she could only be awake for about 2 or 3 hours a day, and at other times, she was in a self-protective coma. Chen Shi came at the right time today, just when Qing Luan was awake. Bai Hong and Qing Luan were talking in a low voice. As soon as they heard the movement caused by Chen Shi flying out of the cold pool, a trace of fear flashed across their faces. Yes, Divine General Tiandu was also afraid. After a long period of confinement, they had developed a fear of Chen Shi. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of this endless loneliness. Come, kill me, kill me. The moment Chen Shi appeared, Qing Luan was like an enraged beast, crazily roaring at Chen Shi. As he roared, he spat at Chen Shi in an attempt to infuriate Chen Shi so that she would kill him. Do you want to die so much? Then I to you, Qing to Tiandu to Tiandu to be to kill to Tiandu to die to be killed. Then, a stream of qi like a heavy hammer smashed into Qing Luan's chest. Qing Luan was already injured, and after suffering such a heavy blow, she immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. She could only hang her head weakly, and it seemed that she had lost half of her life. Stop! You're going to kill him like this. Seeing this, Bai Hong could not help but be anxious. Although she also had the idea of dying early and being free, it was just a thought. Even ants craved for life, not to mention them, the divine generals. Bai Hong did not want to die, and was even more unwilling to see Qing Luan die in front of her. Chen Shi would not come for no reason. Today, he suddenly came. There must be something to ask, therefore. After a strong struggle in her mind, Bai Hong asked in a tone that was close to begging for mercy, "What do you want to know? As long as it does not involve the core of Tiandu, I can tell you without reservation." Is that so? Hearing this, Chen Shi smiled with satisfaction. But that smile, it looked a little cold. I want to know everything about the sky-bearing technique and floating dawn mirror. Can you tell me? As he spoke, Chen Shi slowly rose from the ground, and then flew straight to Qing Luan. He was obviously talking to Bai Hong, but he used his qi to lift Qing Luan's head, and began to size up this poor divine general who was covered in wounds. Bai Hong of course understood what Chen Shi meant. If she kept silent, Chen Shi would obviously use the soul-sucking technique on Qing Luan. Seeing this, Bai Hong replied rather straightforwardly, "Sky-bearing technique and floating dawn mirror? No problem, I can tell you. That is the treasure left behind by the divine ancestor, we now call it Soul Mirror." Soul Mirror. Chen Shi repeated this name, then frowned and asked, "What is its use?" Hearing this, Bai Hong immediately answered honestly, "The 5 great temples and the 13 soul-gathering cauldrons are all related to the Soul Mirror. Simply put, you can see it as the key to open the gate of heaven. Don't blame me for not telling you. Although the Soul Mirror is a treasure, it has no practical use. Apart from when it is needed to open the gate of heaven, it can only be placed in the Imperial Hall as a decoration." Bai Hong thought that Chen Shi was after the divine ancestor's treasure, so she couldn't help but remind him. However, after hearing this, Chen Shi continued to ask, "If I were to ascend from the lower realm and enter the gate of heaven, Where would I appear? Where is the Imperial Hall? Who is usually in charge of the soul mirror? What is this person's cultivation? Are there any other defensive arrangements around it? Bai Hong was stunned by Chen Shi's series of questions. He stared blankly at Chen Shi for a long while before saying in shock, "You're actually thinking about the soul mirror?" Chen Shi roared impatiently, "Answer my question." Bai Hong was really scared, looking at Chen Shi's attitude. He really wanted to go to the Imperial Hall to snatch the soul mirror? What kind of place was the Imperial Hall? That was the core of the divine capital, equivalent to the Emperor's throne room. Are you crazy? Bai Hong looked at Chen Shi speechlessly. At this moment, Chen Shi looked like a bloodthirsty gambler. Seeing that Bai Hong was unwilling to answer, he actually pressed his hand on Qingluan's head and used the soul-snatching technique. In fact, the soul-snatching technique was not as exaggerated as Chen Shi had said before. This technique had a lot of restrictions. After using it, one could only inquire about some insignificant surface information. If it involved important secrets, the target's soul would automatically hide it, making the caster unable to pry. Since Qingluan was a divine general of the divine capital, he obviously had a detailed understanding of the layout of the Imperial Hall. To Qingluan, the Imperial Hall was no secret at all. Naturally, it would not be deliberately protected by his soul. Chapter 399. He saw. The moment Chen Shi pressed his palm on Qingluan's head, Qingluan seemed to have been electrocuted. Her body twitched violently in the unconscious state. Bai Hong was stunned. He never thought that Chen Shi would actually really deal such a vicious blow to Qingluan. Stop! At that instant, Bai Hong's eyes were about to split. However, due to the suppression of the soul-setting needle, he could only watch as the Azure Luan was tortured. Bai Hong struggled with all her might, her eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger. He gnashed his teeth so hard that they creaked, and he looked like a ferocious beast that had lost all reason due to rage. He wished for nothing more than to pounce forward and tear Chen Shi into pieces, but unfortunately, this was just Bai Hong's wishful thinking. Chen Shi was like a cold robot. He completely ignored the pain and anger in his heart and searched for all the information in Cyan Phoenix's mind. Since it was a forced soul search, this secret technique would naturally put a huge burden on the target's divine soul. Therefore, it didn't take long before blood began to seep out of the 7 orifices of the Green Phoenix, just like when Chen Shi forcibly perceived the entire world. Bai Hong stared blankly as everything unfolded. He didn't understand the soul-snatching secret technique and thought that what Chen Shi had said to scare him was true. Bai Hong could accept that Chen Shi had directly killed Qingluan because their skills were not as good as his. But he couldn't accept it. Chen Shi used this method to torture Qingluan. Absolutely not. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. Anger gives strength, as long as it is not mixed with the hesitation and apprehension of the weak. It was precisely because of this, Bai Hong, who was already on the verge of death, actually burst out with an extremely strong true essence fluctuation from his body. This surge of true essence was too ferocious, and it actually shook off the golden needles that Chen Shi had inserted into his body one by one. Chen Shi didn't even have time to withdraw the secret method from Qingluan's body before Bai Hong rushed towards him like a tiger that had just escaped from its cage. Die! Bai Hong's face was strangely flushed. As soon as he broke free, his body constantly emitted a strong true essence fluctuation. Bai Hong's current state was very strange. He was clearly wounded all over, and there was barely a tenth of the Zhen Yuan left in his body, but he was still able to release Zhen Yuan fluctuations that were far stronger than when he was at his peak. Before it could attack, the true essence slammed into the wall again and again, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. After Bai Hong let out a roar, he immediately waved his right hand and slapped Chen Shi's head fiercely. At this time, Chen Shi, who sensed the abnormality, hurriedly withdrew his secret technique and took Bai Hong's palm strike head-on. Bang! In an instant, there was a violent explosion in the cave. Chen Shi was actually forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Are you crazy? Looking at this divine general of Tiandu who was on the verge of going crazy, it was Chen Shi's turn to be surprised. Bai Hong is burning his own yuanying. Yuanying was the result of a cultivator's painstaking cultivation, and it was also the foundation of their abilities. Even if they died, as long as their yuanying was not extinguished, a cultivator would still have a chance to be reborn. Therefore, for a cultivator, yuanying represented everything even more important than life. Burning yuanying meant giving up everything that he had worked so hard for hundreds or even thousands of years. This kind of damage was irreversible. Once his yuanying was burned out, even if Bai Hong was lucky enough to survive today, he would not be able to cultivate from now on. And for a cultivator, what was the difference between this and death? Bai Hong simply wanted to fight to the death with Chun Shi, not stopping until one of them was dead. Seeing this, Chun Shi finally calmed down. After taking a deep look at Bai Hong, he asked in a slightly strange tone, "Burning yuanying? Since you're so desperate, then I admit defeat. Okay? Actually, I didn't want to kill you. This secret technique won't harm your life, it's just to scare you. How about this? Let's talk nicely. Admit defeat?" Hearing this, Bai Hong could not help but be stunned. But after thinking about it, he thought that Chun Shi was deliberately stalling for time, so he immediately attacked Chun Shi again. Seeing this, Chun Shi uncharacteristically turned around and ran. He had no intention of fighting with Bai Hong at all. Trying to be a hero depended on the situation. Since Bai Hong had already burned his yuanying, Chun Shi only needed to temporarily avoid the attack. After half an hour, Bai Hong would probably collapse because of his yuanying. Bai Hong clearly knew this, so he wanted to fight to the death with Chun Shi before his yuanying burned out. But what he did not expect was, Chun Shi was running faster than a rabbit at this moment. His cultivation level was much higher than Bai Hong's. Now that he was determined to run, how could Bai Hong easily catch up to him? Thus, the two of them began a game of cat and mouse in the deep sea. Chun Shi was like walking a dog on an electric scooter. From time to time, he would turn around and send a voice transmission to Bai Hong. "Calm down, let's talk nicely. If you stop now, you should still be saved. You saw it too, if I'm determined to run, you won't be able to catch me at all. I advise you not to be so stubborn. When the nascent soul is burned up, I will be able to decide whether I want to kill him or not. I see that you're a man. I don't want to take your life, so I advise you." Under Chun Shi's constant persuasion, Bai Hong finally stopped. He could not catch up and he could not beat him. What else could he do? He was also very desperate. The two confronted each other across the trench. After a long while, only then did Bai Hong say in a deep voice, "I only have one request. If you agree, you can kill me or cut me up as you wish in the future. If not, I can only fight to the death with you." In this regard, Chun Shi was very magnanimous, so he responded readily, "Okay, say it. Don't use such despicable means again, or I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Chun Shi naturally did not take Bai Hong's threat to heart. However, he still gave Bai Hong a definite answer. "I can promise you, but there's a condition. You must make a heart demon oath and promise that you won't hide anything from me. You must answer all the questions I ask you in full detail. If you hide anything, you will be swallowed by the oath." Hearing this, Bai Hong did not immediately answer. Instead, his eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Of course, Chun Shi knew what he was thinking, so he immediately added, "Don't worry, I have no interest in going against Tiandu. The reason why I want the soul mirror is entirely because of my wife. She is the arbiter of fate Xiannu. So, do you understand?" After hearing Chun Shi's words, Bai Hong's expression softened. Because of the arbiter of fate Xiannu? So that's why? Bai Hong thought seriously for a while, and after receiving Chun Shi's repeated assurances, he finally stopped his suicidal behavior. Although the yuanying had not yet burned out, it had caused extremely serious damage that was almost irreversible. Therefore, the moment Bai Hong removed his inner yuan, he seemed to have aged many years, and his appearance changed from that of a young man in his 20s to that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. When Chun Shi saw his sickly appearance and that even flying was a problem, he kindly helped him stabilize his injuries and flew him back to the cave. On the way back, Bai Hong seemed to have finally figured something out, and he suddenly turned to Chan Shi and said, "You have the strength of a celestial venerable, Tiandu shouldn't make an enemy of you for no reason. Since everything you've done is for your wife, I can tell you where the soul mirror is. I only hope that you can keep your promise." Hearing this, She was overjoyed and he hurriedly asked, "No problem, as long as you can cure my wife, everything is negotiable. If nothing unexpected happens, the soul mirror should still be in my junior brother's hands." "Your junior brother? Where is he? Did he come down with you?" "When we came, junior brother was still cultivating with master. Now that we haven't returned to Tiandu yet, I'm sure master will personally come down to check. When that time comes, junior brother might come with him." "All right. What's your junior brother's name? I'll make a note of it so that I can find him in the future." "He's called Wuxia." "What? Wuxia?" The moment she heard this name, She's entire body felt unwell. Chapter 400. Even if Baihong burned his yuanying, he was still no match for Shi. Shi avoided him because he did not want to waste his energy. After all, if he could solve the problem peacefully, why would he need to resort to violence? The result was, of course, a happy ending. Baihong's life was saved, and Shi also got the answer he wanted. However, the moment he got the answer, Shi did not feel good. The sky-bearing technique and floating dawn mirror was actually in Wuxiu's hands? If he had known this would happen, Shi would have left Wuxiu on Daiyu Island even if he burned his yuanying that day. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Wuxiu had already escaped, and at this moment, he might be hiding in some dark corner of the earth, laughing secretly. Now that things had come to this, Shi's regret was useless. Therefore, he could only hope that he could successfully find Wuxiu and get the soul mirror from him. Since Yingying's illness was related to the soul mirror, he had to get the soul mirror no matter what method he used. For this reason, She even had the dangerous idea of fighting his way to Tiandu. In fact, She did not want to be enemies with anyone. Just like what he taught Nianyan on a daily basis, we do not cause trouble, but we are definitely not afraid of trouble. And this was also his daily principle. I avoided it only because I had a family. I did not want my family to take any unknown risks. The money, status, and power of the mortal world were meaningless to Shi. Similarly, the rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixirs of the cultivation world were also dispensable to Shi. After all, with Nianyan and Yingying, he already had the whole world. Why should he care about these worldly possessions? Shi wanted to avoid the world. Not escape, but avoid. Avoid all unnecessary trouble. But unfortunately, avoiding was not the way to solve the problem. Since the problem had already appeared, Shi could only think of a way to solve it. Fighting was not the only way to solve the problem. If it wasn't necessary, Shi wasn't willing to make enemies everywhere. Therefore, he tried to communicate with Baihong, hoping to find another way to solve this problem from Baihong. Otherwise, Shi might really have to fight all the way from the Heavenly Gate to the Imperial Extreme Hall. Baihong understood the situation. When he learned of Shi's motives, he no longer tried to obstruct him. On the contrary, he hoped that Shi could smoothly obtain the soul mirror and thus resolve the illness-plaguing Qin Ruoying, thereby forming a good relationship with Heaven Capital. Didn't Baihong resent Shi? Obviously, it was impossible. However, he had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Churchill once said, "There are no eternal friends in this world, nor are there eternal enemies, only eternal interests." Since the two of them had reached a preliminary consensus, the next priority was, obviously, he wanted to find Wuxiu. But in this vast sea of people, where should he go to find her? For this reason, after a serious discussion between Shi and Baihong, they finally found a more reliable method. That was, Baihong appeared and used divine telekinesis to lure Wuxiu out. It was equivalent to humans sending signals to space to search for aliens. Shi circled the world with Baihong, and Baihong continuously released divine telekinesis to lure Wuxiu out. No matter what, the two of them were fellow disciples and had a close relationship. With Baihong as a guarantor, Wuxiu should be able to boldly show up. This method had a certain degree of feasibility. Therefore, Baihong and Qingluan temporarily broke away from their prisoner status and became Shi's friends. Naturally, he couldn't treat his friends too badly. Therefore, Chen Shi brought Bai Hong and Qing Luan to Kangju district and temporarily settled them here. For safety reasons, Chen Shi didn't remove the seal in Qing Luan's body. He only relieved her internal injuries and gave her the right to move freely. After that, Chen Shi began to tour the world with Bai Hong overnight. Bai Hong's divine telekinesis range was limited, so she could only release it bit by bit. The whole process was like a salesperson sweeping the floor. She needed to go door to door to hand out business cards. This was a very long process. Chen Shi roughly calculated the time. Even if he flew with Bai Hong, it would take at least 3 months for Bai Hong to use divine telekinesis to sweep the world. 3 months, so be it. It was much better than being at a loss for what to do. Therefore, for the next period of time, Chen Shi still sent the little girl to and from school on time during the day and took care of her daily life. At night, after the little girl fell asleep, he would start to tour the world with Bai Hong. During this period, Bai Hong was very cooperative and didn't play any tricks the whole time. But Chen Shi's mood was getting heavier and heavier day by day, because Qin Ruoying had not woken up. Yingying's coma time was far beyond Chen Shi's imagination. Her breathing didn't stop, and the vital essence in her body was still circulating on its own. Everything was normal, but she couldn't wake up and looked like a vegetable. Bai Hong had never seen such a situation. He didn't know much about the Siming Xian Nu, so he could only persuade Chen Shi not to worry too much. As long as they found the soul mirror, everything would naturally be solved. Both of them placed their hopes on Wuxia, but they didn't know. Bai Hong's divine telekinesis had already attracted the attention of Jiang Yan and the others. This kind of indiscriminate divine telekinesis coverage was definitely undetectable by ordinary people. But in the eyes of Jiang Yan and the others, this was equivalent to holding a loudspeaker and shouting at the entrance of a village all day long. Wuxia, Wuxia, where are you? Come out. I have something to talk to you about. Because of this, Jiang Yan even pretended to call Chen Shi to ask. Although they were allies, Chen Shi was still wary of this old man, so he didn't tell him the truth. He only said that he wanted to find Wuxia to prevent future trouble. Jiang Yan naturally didn't believe Chen Shi's excuse. Therefore, this old man continued to follow Chen Shi for a long time and accurately guessed Chen Shi's true purpose. For Jiang Yan, Chen Shi was a great help in overturning Tiandu, so he naturally couldn't let this help become a hindrance. So, Jiang Yan began to act. No one had ever noticed this mysterious organization. It was called the 9 Serenities. There were 9 heavens in the sky and 9 layers of earth. There was Tiandu above and the 9 Serenities below. Ever since the divine ancestor led the generals of Tiandu to ascend to the great world, the sinners left behind in the lower realm were full of hatred and formed this mysterious organization. Compared to Tiandu, its strength was too insignificant. After all, they could only watch the spiritual qi dry up and witness the arrival of the end of the world. They used to be high and mighty cultivators, but now they were like maggots in the gutter. Even becoming a diviner required a great opportunity. They could be as humble as dust, but they couldn't be as twisted as maggots. The resentment that had accumulated for thousands of years. It wasn't until the emergence of the first spiritual qi tide that they finally had the opportunity to release it. The generals of Tiandu didn't even know that there was such a reactionary organization in the lower realm. But the people of the 9 Serenities had already made an oath. They only lived to overturn Tiandu and avenge the suffering of thousands of years of repression. The 9 Serenities had begun to plan a long time ago. In addition to constantly sending people to Tiandu as spies, the rest of the people were silently waiting for the opportunity. For this reason, they would rather endure hundreds or even thousands of years of loneliness and torture, just to wait for the right time. Now the time had come, and they only lacked the opportunity to blow the horn. And Chen Shi, Chapter 401. This was an era where there were no secrets, but the existence of the 9 Serenities had never been known to outsiders. After tens of thousands of years of dormancy and management, the power of the 9 Serenities had far exceeded everyone's imagination. They were like an invisible net, firmly grasping the entire earth in the palm of their hand. Whether it was the Wuxia or other countries, from the nobles to the lowly peddlers, no one could escape the control of the 9 Serenities. It was a very simple principle. Even the Rothschild family could exist for hundreds of years, let alone a super-large organization composed of immortal cultivators like the Nine Serenities. Zhuangzi once said, "Summer insects cannot speak of ice, and children cannot speak of the sea." For immortal cultivators, fame and fortune in the eyes of mortals were meaningless. The only purpose of their existence was to one day completely overturn Tiandu and establish a new dynasty of their own, the Nine Serenities. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth declined day by day, the celestial being almost became a threshold for cultivation. But the inheritance of the Nine Serenities was passed down generation after generation. They hid behind the scenes, providing unimaginable help to mortals, and indirectly controlling one dynasty after another in the world. Whether it was the Wuxia Empire in the east, or the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, or the Macedonian Empire in the west, the Nine Serenities never interfered with the rise and fall of human dynasties, but they always put down their chess pieces when necessary. After all, compared to the high and mighty Tiandu, the Nine Serenities were too weak. They had to make use of all the resources available to them in order to fight a battle with Tiandu with a great disparity in strength. The winner could have everything. Just like when the Tai Ching divine ancestor led everyone to the great world and enjoyed the entire great world alone. The sinners who stayed in the lower realm could only suffer the depletion of spiritual energy and watch their inheritance deteriorate with each generation. That feeling, just like how human civilization degenerated from the universal era to the primitive era, how could the primitive people who stayed on Earth not hold a great grudge against Tiandu? The Nine Serenities was a super-large tribe formed by these primitive people. Although the divine ancestor had kindly left the divine gate and gave the descendants of the sinners a chance to ascend. However, the old man seemed to have not thought of a problem at all, and that was, if the descendants of these sinners were able to cultivate to the celestial realm in such simple conditions in the lower realm, then if they were born in the great world, how could their cultivation base stop at the celestial realm? Think about it from another perspective. I spent my entire life cultivating in the lower realm, and it took me 200 years to finally break through to the Deva realm. But when he came to Tiandu, he found that a young man in his 20s or 30s could easily become a celestial. How would the sinners of the lower bound, who had cultivated their entire lives, feel? That was how resentment was born. They could be as humble as dust, but they could not be as twisted as maggots. Such an unfair encounter had already distorted the mentality of the people of the Nine Serenities. Finally, the resentment that had accumulated in their hearts for tens of thousands of years was completely ignited with the appearance of the spirit energy tide. With the recovery of spirit qi, the human world will prosper. The Nine Serenities would never allow Tiandu to return to the lower realm, because the lower realm belonged to them. It was precisely because of this, at the same time that Chun Shi led Baihong to search for Wuxia, the Nine Serenities led by Zhang Yan also began to move. They did not have a soul as powerful as Chun Shi's, but they used a more effective method, which was face recognition. As long as there were cameras and internet coverage, there was no way to escape the detection of a supercomputer. Wuxia might not have thought that there would be so many people in the world looking for him. After this period of recuperation, his injuries had more or less healed. However, for safety reasons, Wuxia had never left the Arctic Circle. In addition to his daily cultivation and recuperation, this guy would lie on the iceberg, fishing and playing with polar bears. His days were quite comfortable. On this day, January 20th, it had been a full 3 months since they had escaped with the Wuxia blood escape. If compared to the time in Tiandu, it was equivalent to 24 months, which was 2 years. Everything was relative, including time. The flow of time in the great world was different from that in the lower realm. 1 year on earth was 8 years in heaven. And this was the fundamental reason why the flow of time in the Goyao Temple was 8 times slower than the outside world. The 5 temples were directly connected to Tiandu, so the flow of time in the temples was not Earth's time, but Tiandu's time. Chun Shi used the Goyao Temple as a cultivation place before, but he did not figure out the key point. In addition, it was also because of the time difference between the 2 realms that divine generals of Tiandu were generally unwilling to come to the lower realm. Take Wuxia for example, he had only been in the lower realm for 3 months, but 2 years had passed in heaven. What did 2 years mean? Divine generals who were about the same cultivation level as Wuxia had probably surpassed him by now. Sailing against the current, one would fall behind if they did not advance. How could Wuxia not be depressed? Not only did She destroy the 5 temples, but he also King dispersed the spirit energy tide immediately. Without the support of the spirit energy tide, the divine gate could not be opened at all. He had a home, but he could not go back. Therefore, Wuxia was as depressed as he could be at this moment. When he thought about how he had wasted 2 years in the lower realm, Wuxia's mood became particularly bad. He was not in the mood to continue cultivating, so he got up and flew out, ready to stroll around and relax. For safety reasons, Wuxia did not fly too far, but came to a human city closest to the North Pole, Longyern City. There was the northernmost bank in the world, the northernmost church in the world, and even a university in the northernmost part of the world. There were about 1,800 people in the town. Because of the polar night, the entire town would be in darkness from November to January every year, and there was not a trace of sunlight at all. The sky here was dark green, and the cold wind was bone-chilling, but the houses were colorful. Because the 3-month-long night made this small town the most romantic place in the world. Wuxia soon arrived at Longyern City. As soon as he walked into the town, he was deeply fascinated by the colorful houses and the colorful neon lights in front of him. Therefore, Wuxia walked directly into the bar with the most people almost without any hesitation. In terms of combat power, ordinary people were no different from ants in the eyes of immortal cultivators. But in terms of playfulness, 10,000 immortal cultivators might not be as good as one ordinary person. Maybe because he had been lonely for a long time, when Wuxia came to such a lively place, he could not help but be affected by the atmosphere in the bar. Therefore, he did not even think about it and directly removed the breath concealment technique, then sat at the bar like an ordinary customer and drank leisurely. From beginning to end, he did not realize that the thing that kept flashing red on the bar was called Chapter 402. There was no day in Longyern City, only 24 hours of night. This was a pure land located in the far north, the only city in the world where death was illegal. But today, this pure land was destined to be dyed red with blood. Under the long polar night, Longyern City was filled with a romantic atmosphere. This was the best time for the town's bar business. The bar music was turned up to the maximum, almost deafening people's ears. Tourists from all over the world were affected by the atmosphere and started to dance crazily on the dance floor. The air was filled with the smell of hormones. A coldly dressed woman mixed in with the crowd of men, laughing and joking. She used flirtatious words to tease the men who couldn't control themselves. When the man wanted to take a step further, the woman was like a slippery loach, running to another target. The woman shuttled back and forth in the crowd. Suddenly, she saw the Asian man sitting by the bar. This man was very strange. He was only wearing a strange long robe and a thin layer of clothing. The woman guessed which country's traditional clothing was from, and her interest was piqued little by little. Since he was used to eating Western food, it would be a good experience to change his tastes once in a while. The woman treated this man as her prey tonight, and sat directly next to him. There were no blondes in Tiandu. Therefore, Wuxia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he sensed the woman approaching him. Interesting. Even though they didn't speak the same language, the woman's ambiguous aura floated into Wuxia's eyes. If it was in the past, Wuxia definitely wouldn't have any interest in this kind of ant-like existence. But today was different. He was here to relax. Therefore, Wuxia imitated the others and pulled the woman into his arms. The woman smiled proudly, as if she was very satisfied with her charm. However, just as the woman was about to offer her red lips and have a beautiful encounter with this mysterious Asian man, Wuxia's figure mysteriously disappeared from her side. The woman was stunned for a few seconds before she let out a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, Wuxia's figure suddenly appeared above the town. It was snowing heavily outside the house, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. The visibility was less than 10 meters, but Wuxia's line of sight was firmly fixed on the southeast direction. There was an extremely powerful Zhen Yuan fluctuation at that location, and Wuxia also sensed a trace of hostility from this wave. It was obvious that they were here for him. Seeing this, Wuxia did not cower. Instead, he flew towards that direction. This was a huge iceberg that had not melted for 10,000 years. It floated on the Arctic Ocean, moving slowly with the waves. Before Wuxia got close, he saw a man standing on the peak of the ice mountain with his hands behind his back. Because they had already fought before, the moment Wuxia saw Jiang Yan, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. This old thief. Could it be that he was tired of living and came here to seek death? While thinking, Wuxia landed on the ice mountain. At this moment, Jiang Yan slowly turned around and smiled at him. Divine General Wuxia, I haven't seen you in a long time. I've missed you. When Wuxia heard this, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. He first looked around and after confirming that she was not nearby, he said coldly, I haven't even thought of looking for you, and you're already in a hurry to die? Die? No. Jiang Yan shook his head and smiled. Divine General, you don't know this, but I cherish my life very much. It wasn't easy for me to live for 1,000 years, so how could I give up my life so easily? Wuxia did not immediately reply because he had already noticed that something was amiss. Jiang Yan's current state was completely different from last time. Just look at how confident he is. Even if Wuxia used his butt to think, he knew that if he did not have a certain amount of confidence, Jiang Yan would definitely not come all the way here to die. Wuxia was confident, but he was not arrogant. Last time, Wuxia was forced to use the blood escape technique by Chen Shi, and he had already suffered a great loss. Therefore, he would not allow himself to fail again. Fighting because of personal feelings was something that only children would do. Therefore, when Wuxia saw how confident Jiang Yan was, he immediately wanted to retreat. At this moment, Wuxia was very similar to Sima Yi, who was scared off by Zhuge Liang's empty city strategy. Regardless of what Jiang Yan was planning, there was still a long way to go. This debt, he would slowly settle it in the future. After figuring this out, Wuxia didn't even say a single word. Instead, he turned into a streak of light and flew toward the horizon. However, at this moment, a golden barrier suddenly appeared in the air. This barrier was like a fishing net, directly trapping Wuxia in it. Then, Jiang Yan's sinister laughter sounded again. Divine General Wuxia, where are you going? Yuanying was not easy to kill. This was something that all immortal cultivators knew. Unless one's cultivation level was suppressed, if the other party was determined to escape, it was actually very difficult to catch them. This was also the reason why Wuxia was able to escape from under Chen Shi's nose. Wuxia had already escaped once. Jiang Yan knew that Wuxia had the blood escape secret technique, so he went back to the floating mist mountain to prepare. He brought the 9 Serenities' 10,000 years of savings with him just to win the first battle. Wuxia should not have come here, because once he came, he would not be able to leave. Wuxia's surprise gradually turned into shock when he saw more than 100 celestial beings from Daiyu Island slowly flying toward him. Among these celestial beings, there were more than 20 Yuanying. They were all at the Divine General level. The rest were all above the Diviner level. How was this possible? More than half of the Jiang family's 300 celestial beings were killed by him. It had only been 3 months since he last saw them. How could there be so many Yuanying? While Wuxia was still in a daze, the Jiang family's celestial beings had already surrounded him, just like last time on Daiyu Island. However, this time Wuxia's mood completely changed. No. How could there be so many Yuanying in the lower realm? Who exactly are you people? Perhaps because Wuxia knew that he could not escape. After taking out the Wuji apricot yellow flag and the white bone soul summoning banner, he locked his gaze on Jiang Yan and tried to get an answer from Jiang Yan. But unfortunately, Jiang Yan seemed to know that villains usually died from talking too much. Thus, he did not answer any of Wuxia's questions. Instead, he nodded lightly at the celestial beings present. Formation. Yin-Yang 6 Directions Formation. Activate. In an instant, the sky suddenly lit up, and multicolored light filled the sky. Chapter 403. In order to overthrow Tiandu, the 9 Serenities had been planning for tens of thousands of years. They had been waiting for the revival of spirit energy and the rise of the human world. Only then would this ferocious beast from the primordial times finally wake up from its deep slumber. Not everyone wanted to ascend to Tiandu. Those who had successfully broken through to the celestial realm but did not ascend became the most staunch supporters of the Nine Serenities. Just like Jiang Yan, they chose to stay in the lower realm and continue to cultivate. If their lifespan ran out, they would voluntarily give up their physical bodies and let their souls enter the soul crystal in order to continue living. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, generation after generation, many people chose to give up because they could not stand the eternal loneliness. However, there were even more people who persevered. There were always sacrifices on the road to revolution. Countless people advanced dauntlessly, just to welcome the moment when they were truly needed. Tens of thousands of years passed, and the world changed. Finally, the time had come. Jiang Yan was not the founder of the Nine Serenities, but he was a core member. If Tiandu was compared to the Qin dynasty, then Jiang Yan was Xiangyu who raised the banner of righteousness high. The 300 celestials of the Jiang clan. They were the disciples of Jiangdong under his command. Jiang Yan was indeed a ruthless person. If he was not ruthless, he would not have been able to sit on the throne of the Nine Serenities. In order to achieve his lofty goal, Jiang Yan chose to sacrifice his own family, thus creating the Nine Serenities. It was precisely because of this that the once glorious Jiang clan of Daiyu Island had now become the arsenal of the Nine Serenities, providing the Nine Serenities with excellent physical bodies. Although the blood of the Jiang clan still flowed in their bones, their souls had long been replaced by others. Of course, for Tiandu, a mere 20 or so yuanying was naturally nothing. What really frightened Wuxia was, Tiandu was unaware of this. For tens of thousands of years, people from the lower realm had constantly ascended to Tiandu. However, after these people ascended, what they saw was not the fairyland they had imagined. Instead, they saw all kinds of injustice. They were like black people who had been smuggled into Wuxia. No one would look them in the eye, and no one would care what they were thinking. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. Ascenders were constantly discriminated against, ridiculed, and ostracized. No matter how high their cultivation base was, they were just lowly people from the lower realms. Tiandu had never cared about the lowly people of the lower realm. In order to show the spirit of universal love of the divine ancestor, Tiandu had always maintained contact with the 5 places of inheritance so that these sinners could ascend to Tiandu in the future. And this was also the fundamental reason why All Saints Valley was able to use the spirit-gathering formation to forcibly summon divine generals from Heaven Capital when Shi flattened them. Absolutely no one would have thought the so-called 5 lands of heritage were actually branches of the Nine Serenities, but this secret was only known to a few people. Everything was under the control of the Nine Serenities, including Shi, the apple that accidentally fell on the chessboard. Since he was on the chessboard, he was a chess piece. It was just that this chess piece was much bigger than the others. From the moment Shi stepped into All Saints Valley, Jiang Yan had already known of Shi's existence. Although he was a variable, he was controllable. This was why Jiang Yan had displayed an almost abnormal enthusiasm for Shi when Shi first set foot on Daiyu Island. It was a pleasure to have a friend from afar. Jiang Yan was guiding Shi, trying to pull Shi to the opposite side of Tiandu. After all, the only advantage the Nine Serenities had was probably information. The enemy was in the light while I was in the dark. Jiang Yan did not know why Shi was working so hard to find Wuxia, but he knew very well that Wuxia was not just a divine general. Wuxia, he was actually Yuhuan Tianzuan's only son. If they could successfully kill Wuxia, who would face Yuhuan Tianzuan's wrath? It would not be Jiang Yan, nor would it be the Nine Serenities. It would be Shi who had always been at the forefront. Wuxia's identity was not a secret. Almost everyone in the great world knew about it. This guy had been outstanding since he was young, but he was mischievous and disliked cultivation. Yuhuan Tianzuan could not do anything about him, so he handed him over to heavenly venerable wondrous spells, hoping that heavenly venerable wondrous spells could guide this mischievous second generation back to the right path. But he did not teach his own son. The consequences were, after Wuxia grew up, he did not recognize him as his father. No matter the occasion, Wuxia would always call him Yuhuan Tianzuan, which almost angered him to death. In fact, from the respect Wuxia showed to heavenly venerable wondrous spells, Wuxia was actually quite a sentimental person. The reason why he made Yuhuan Tianzuan angry was probably because he had a special father-son relationship with Yuhuan Tianzuan. Yuhuan Tianzuan probably knew this too. So even though he was usually cold to Wuxia, he was secretly very concerned about this son of his. Through heavenly venerable wondrous spells, he indirectly gave Wuxia all kinds of Dharma treasures. This was a very strange father-son relationship. Seemed distant, but it was also very close. So when Wuxia saw the yin-yang six directions array being activated again, a relieved smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was the same array formation, but the person who set it was completely different. Wuxia held the flag in his hand, already understanding what he was about to face. So, before Jiang Yan made a move, Wuxia suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. Yuhuan Tianzuan, oh Yuhuan Tianzuan. This time, I'm really going to fall, although you can't hear me. But I'll call you again. Father! Speaking of this, Wuxia's expression suddenly froze. Immediately after, he did not forget to ridicule himself. As expected, I'm not used to it after not calling you for a long time. Yuhuan Tianzuan, did you hear that? Your son is being bullied. Remember to avenge him. Father. Wuxia did not say the last word out loud. Instead, he silently repeated it in his heart. Then, he raised the Wuji apricot yellow flag high up, and like the only remaining flag bearer on the battlefield, he charged towards the 9 underworlds led by Jiang Yan alone. Even if the entire army was killed, the flag bearer could not fall. If he fell, it would be a true annihilation. Jiang Yan looked at Wuxia coldly. Even though Wuxia was surrounded, Jiang Yan did not let his guard down at all. Instead, he decisively ordered everyone to attack at the same time, not giving Wuxia any chance of survival. In an instant, a bloody light lit up the sky. From afar, it was as beautiful as the sunset. In the end, this piece of pure land in the extreme north was dyed red with blood. Not long after the battle began, Chun Shi, who was patrolling the South Pacific Ocean, suddenly sensed something and looked towards the north. Bai Hong was confused, so she asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Something's wrong." After that, Chun Shi didn't wait for Bai Hong to respond. Chapter 404. 9 underworlds came out in full force and set up an inescapable net just to kill Wuxia. Wuxia was only a Yuanying cultivator. Even with all his treasures, there was no way he could defend against 20 Yuanying cultivators and countless golden core cultivators. Although Wuxia knew that he had no chance of winning, he did not lose his fighting spirit. Instead, he exploded with a fighting spirit that was far stronger than before. This was the most serious battle he had ever fought in his life. Even a trapped beast would put up a fight, let alone a human. He was a divine general of Tiandu and the only son of Yuhuan Tianzuan. He represented Tiandu, so even though he knew that he would die, he had to die with dignity. Therefore, Wuxia decided to burn his Yuanying. He did not want to run anymore. The scenery at the North Pole was not bad. It would be one of the happiest things in his life to be able to sleep here. After Wuxia let out a long roar, his body began to burn like firewood. At that moment, blood dyed the sky red. The sound of spells exploding could be heard continuously. It was as if the spell was playing a requiem for this arrogant and slightly neurotic man. The burning of Yuanying would not last for long. Therefore, the battle quickly came to an end. This was a battle that seemed short, but was actually extremely tragic. Wuxia thought that killing one was enough and killing two was worth it. When he was about to die, he actually used a secret technique to detonate the yellow flag and white bone soul summoning flag in his hands. The 2 9th-grade spirit treasures exploded at the same time, destroying the souls of the 3 Yuanying stage cultivators closest to him on the spot. At the same time, the yin and yang 6 directions formation was successfully shattered, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate, which successfully attracted Chun Shi's attention. As for Wuxia himself, of course, he was also turned into a wisp of smoke in the explosion. From now on, there would be no more divine general named Wuxia in this world. Reporting to Yuzun, Wuxia's Sumeru mustard seed bag has been found. The formation imprint has been destroyed according to your orders. Please give us the order. Very good. Let's retreat. It's time for our old friend to take the stage. The 9 Serenities had lost 3 Yuanying in this battle, but Jiang Yan did not seem to feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, he calmly ordered his men to clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. He knew that Chen Shi would come, so he had to hide everything before Chen Shi arrived. Otherwise, where would he find such a good scapegoat? After receiving Jiang Yan's order, the generals of the 9 Serenities did not even bother to clean up the battlefield. They quietly retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind only the messy aftermath of the battle. Chen Shi rushed to the Arctic Circle as fast as he could. His intuition told him that this true essence fluctuation was not simple. But unfortunately, Chen Shi was like the police in the movies. He was always the last to arrive. By the time he arrived at the scene of the incident with Bai Hong, everything had disappeared. All that was left was a shattered ice field that seemed to have experienced a carpet bombing. Some broken spell imprints were vaguely left in the air. Chen Shi silently sensed them. He felt that these spells were familiar, but he could not tell where he had seen them before. It was very strange. It was a bit like the Jiang family's true 6 trigram spell, but it was much more exquisite. It was far beyond the level of the Jiang family. Chen Shi knew the ins and outs of Dai Yu Island very well, so he did not even think about Jiang Yan. Therefore, he could not even figure out what had happened here. Who was fighting? What level of battle was it? Judging from the true essence fluctuation that he had sensed earlier, the level of this battle was far beyond Chen Shi's imagination. The Battle of the Yuanying? When did Earth become so terrifying? Chen Shi silently sensed the spell imprints in the air, trying to find some clues from them. Bai Hong, on the other hand, began a carpet search in the snow. Finally, under a pile of soft snow, Bai Hong successfully found a tattered piece of cloth about the size of a fingernail. This rag was yellow with golden threads embroidered on it. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Bai Hong picked up the tattered piece of cloth and carefully rubbed it in her hand. Immediately after, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and even his pupils couldn't help but dilate a lot. This is the Wuxia apricot yellow flag? Bai Hong did not dare to believe his guess. He tried to sense some spiritual energy from it, but this rag was no different from an ordinary tablecloth. Other than the brighter color, there was nothing special about it. Under normal circumstances, magic treasures could be recycled and reused. For example, Chen Shi had recycled Qing Luan's spear. But if this magic treasure was a natal magic treasure, and its owner used a secret technique to detonate it, this magic treasure would be completely destroyed. Even if it was picked up, it would take up too much space. In an instant, Bai Hong's mind went blank. After staring blankly for a long while, he began to search in the snow as if he had gone mad. Chen Shi noticed his abnormal behavior, so he stopped what he was doing and used his divine sense to help Bai Hong search. This search was incredible. After Chen Shi picked up a palm-sized rag from the snow, Bai Hong was stunned. It's Wuxia? It's really him. Hearing this, even Chen Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Wuxia? This guy was covered with high-level magic treasures to defend himself, and he had the blood escape technique to save his life. Even he was not 100% sure that he could kill Wuxia. Who on earth could do it? At the same time, the great world, Tiandu, heavenly venerable Yuhuan, was currently standing in a pavilion filled with candlelight. Next to each candle was a small wooden tablet with different names written on it. It looked like a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Yuhuan Tianzuan picked up one of the wooden tablets with trembling hands. The wooden tablet had the words Wuxia written on it. He seemed to be a little unable to believe what he saw. So after picking up the wooden tablet and carefully touching it, Yuhuan Tianzuan picked up the candle next to it. The other candles were still burning well, but this one was extinguished. Wuxia, my son, can you tell father? What did you encounter in the lower realm? This was the heart fire lamp. Every day when a newborn was born, the heart fire would be used as a lamp. The heart fire lamp could not be extinguished. Once it was extinguished, it meant that the owner of the lamp was dead. And this was the so-called. When the person died, the lamp went out. Although Yuhuan Tianzuan was the supreme of Tiandu, after seeing Wushu's heart fire lamp go out, he couldn't help but shed 2 lines of hot tears. But a celestial lord was a celestial lord after all. Even if the grief in his heart was extreme, he had to wait until this grief subsided before he stepped out of the attic again. Pass down my orders. Order the 5 divine generals to return immediately and take the heaven-bearing efficacious floating mirror. Build the soul bridge. Open the gate of heaven. Chapter 405. Following the extinguishment of the heart flame lamp, Yuhuan Tianzuan, in a fit of rage, officially put the opening of the divine gate on the agenda. For a moment, the great world was in a state of panic and trepidation. Under the influence of the 9 underworlds, the seemingly tranquil earth gradually became turbulent and unpredictable, with undercurrents surging. Chun Shi had always wanted to stay out of this, but he did not know that he had already become a chess piece in Zhang Yan's hands. He and Bai Hong searched the Arctic tundra for a long time before they finally had to believe Wuxia was most likely dead. Otherwise, how could they explain the destruction of the Wuji apricot yellow flag? If it wasn't the last resort, no one would detonate their life source magic weapon. This was a 9th-grade spiritual treasure. Once combined with the other 4 flags, it could form a treasure comparable to the Tianyan sword. Therefore, Chun Shi really could not understand who on earth could have forced Wushu to such a state. If even Chun Shi could not figure it out, Bai Hong naturally could not figure it out either. Chongli's death at Chun Shi's hands was pardonable. After all, the 3 of them together were no match for Chun Shi, not to mention Chongli alone. During this period of time, Chun Shi had been with Bai Hong, so Wushu's murderer was definitely not Chun Shi. But then who could it be? Other than the heavenly venerate, Bai Hong really could not think of anyone else who had such ability. When did the lower realm become so dangerous? Chun Shi and Bai Hong had the same question in their hearts. But the most important question was not this question, but now that Wushu was dead, where should they go to find the soul mirror? Chun Shi had no choice but to bring Bai Hong back to Shangjing and let him see Qin Ruoying, who was still in a coma. Qin Ruoying had been in a coma for more than half a month. During this time, she had not woken up. Her pulse and breathing were still normal, so she looked like a vegetable. Chun Shi could not accept this result. Neither could Nian Yin. Therefore, Chun Shi clearly told Bai Hong, if Ying did not wake up, then he could only bring Bai Hong to the divine gate personally. Bai Hong followed Chun Shi to the kindergarten to sneak a peek at the cute little fellow and completely believed Chun Shi's words. But unfortunately, Bai Hong was just an ordinary divine general, so his knowledge was limited. Therefore, after seeing Qin Ruoying's condition, he could only frown and analyze. After Chongli went missing, Yuhuan Tianzuan gave the soul mirror to Master so that he could send people to the lower realm at any time. Master loved, of Wushu, Master's master. Fong of Wushu, of heaven, of Wushu, of the divine, of heaven. Of Wus of heaveness. Speaking of this, Bai Hong suddenly stopped and then put on a thoughtful expression. At this point, Bai Hong already knew that Chun Shi had fought with Wushu and forced him to use the blood escape technique. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he continued, I didn't know that Wushu had already descended. Since you forced Wushu to use the blood escape technique, he must have been severely injured. Wushu couldn't force open the divine gate on his own, so he stayed in the lower realm to recuperate. And you just said that your wife has been unconscious for half a month. If that's the case, the soul mirror can't be in Wushu's hands. He must have left the soul mirror in divine capital before he descended. Hearing this, Chun Shi was stunned. Wasn't this F***king nonsense? After going in such a big circle, he still had to enter the divine gate to solve the problem? Chun Shi's patience had run out. So without saying a word, he pulled Bai Hong and flew directly to the sky above Shangjing City. Opening the divine gate required a spirit energy tide, right? There was no spirit energy tide now, right? At most, he could artificially create a spirit energy tide. Chun Shi had already thought it through. He was not going to divine capital to fight, but to reason with them. As long as he could solve Ying's illness, he didn't even mind becoming friends with divine capital. A soul formation stage cultivator had taken the initiative to express his goodwill. Presumably, any faction with a brain wouldn't refuse. Bai Hong was shocked by Chun Shi's courage. He was imprisoned by Chun Shi for more than half a year, and he dreamed of returning to Divine Capital. Seeing that Chun Shi took the initiative to take him back, Bai Hong was naturally happy, so he wanted Chun Shi to bring Qing Luan and Xue Xiang along. As long as the three of them could return to Divine Capital safely, Bai Hong promised to let bygones be bygones. He was also willing to recommend Chun Shi so that Chun Shi could smoothly obtain the Soul Mirror. After all, Chun Shi just wanted to borrow the Soul Mirror, not occupy it permanently, so the Heavenly Venerables wouldn't be so stingy. The two reached a consensus. Then, Chun Shi used himself as the eye of the formation and the entire Shangjing city as the formation pattern to forcibly set off a huge spirit energy storm in the sky. A steady stream of spirit energy rushed to the center of the storm. In less than a while, this storm evolved into a turbulent tide of spiritual energy. Taking advantage of the gap between Chun Shi's maintenance of the tide, Bai Hong hid at the side and frantically grasped the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Under the nourishment of the spirit energy, Bai Hong's skin gradually became white and rosy, so much so that he looked much younger. Chun Shi used his own vital essence to gather the tide. This action was like reaching into a water tank and stirring it, forming a waterspout in the water. The whole process didn't require too much effort, so Chun Shi could persist for a long time. But he didn't know the reason Chun Shi maintained it from noon to afternoon. The tide was getting bigger and bigger, but the divine gate still didn't open. Now that Nian was about to finish school, Chun Shi hesitated again and finally had to temporarily withdraw his vital essence. Then, he turned to look at Bai Hong and asked, "What's the situation? Why hasn't the divine gate opened?" Hearing this, Bai Hong also looked around in confusion. It didn't make sense. Wuxia's life and death were unknown. Didn't Yuan Tianzun send someone down to check the situation? There were two conditions to open the divine gate. One was the appearance of a powerful spirit energy tide in the lower realm, and the other was the heavenly effecate floating mirror. Under normal circumstances, once a spirit energy tide appeared in the lower realm, Tiandu would use the heavenly effecate floating mirror to open the divine gate so that sinners in the lower realm could ascend. Of course, Tiandu would also occasionally send divine generals down to the lower realm to carry out various missions, such as Bai Hong and Wuxia. Wuxia's identity was extraordinary. How could Yuan Tianzun, as his father, not be worried at all? I don't know. Maybe something happened up there? Why don't we try again tomorrow? Chun Shi was speechless. After glaring fiercely at Bai Hong, he flew back to Shangjing City without a word. Seeing this, Bai Hong hurriedly chased after him and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "To pick up my child from school." "Why didn't the divine gate open?" "That was because Tiandu was using the soul mirror as the core to prepare to build a soul bridge." Wuxia's unexpected death made Yuan Tianzun, who had been hesitating, finally make up his mind. Because of this, the heavenly venerables also reached a consensus. So when the soul bridge was completed, Chapter 406, January 26th, the little girl, who had been in kindergarten for a semester, finally welcomed the first winter break in her life. Before the break, the teacher held a class meeting to remind the parents of the things to pay attention to during the break. At the same time, she gave the children a winter break homework. The winter break homework of the kindergarten was naturally not as exaggerated as that of the middle school. At most, it was only 2 or 3 pages. The content was mainly to write numbers from memory, review pinyin, memorize nursery rhymes, and so on. She only hoped that the children would not forget all the things the teacher taught after the winter break. "Goodbye, teacher. I'll miss you. Nian, good girl. I'll wait for you at school. See you next semester. Goodbye." The little girl nodded her little head like she was pounding garlic. After waving goodbye to the teacher reluctantly, she turned her head to look at the 2 brothers. Now that the 2 brothers were sent to and from school by Xia Kaiji, they naturally could not go to school with her every day. Now that the winter break was finally here, the 3 children agreed to meet at the tea house tomorrow and then go to the ice rink to play. Wen, Ming, see you tomorrow. The little girl held Chun Shi's hand and waited very politely until Xia Kaiji's car started. Then, She turned around and followed Chun-Shi home. The closer it was to the end of the year, the more deserted Shangjing City seemed. Every time the little girl breathed, she would exhale a stream of hot air. She thought it was very fun, so from time to time, she would raise her little head and then imitate the dubbing in the short video. She would pout her mouth and shout a Chinibu line. The evil dragon roars, "Awo, awo." The little girl was like a cute little sun. Even in this cold winter, she could still bring some warmth to Chun-Shi. The father and daughter held hands and walked slowly on the street. Before Chun-Shi could find a topic to talk about, the little girl asked first as usual, "Daddy, is Mommy better today?" "Yes, she's better. She just got up and steamed some soup dumplings for you. When you get home, it'll be ready." Chun-Shi gently squeezed the little girl's little hand and a bright smile appeared on his face. The little girl did not have any doubts about this. This was because the food her mother made tasted obviously different from the food her father made. She could tell. When it came to eating, the little thing was obviously a little greedy, so it shook Chun-Shi's arm and laughed. "Mommy's soup dumplings are also very delicious. I can eat 3. "Really? Daddy will bring you 3 in a while. You have to finish them all." "No problem." Chun-Shi carefully coaxed the little fellow. He didn't want Nyenyen to know that Qin Ruoying had been sick in bed, so he deliberately cooked ordinary food from time to time to deceive the little girl and tell her that it was her mother who cooked it. At first, the little fellow was naturally convinced. But after a long time, the little fellow still felt a little strange. Since her mother could wake up to cook for her, why couldn't she wait until school was over before going to bed? The little guy blinked his big eyes and suddenly realized, "I haven't talked to my mother for a long time." Every time she came home, her mother was sleeping, so she could only watch TV silently. She didn't dare to run around the room because she was afraid of disturbing her mother. Ever since her mother fell ill, the house had become a lot more deserted. It was just that the little fellow was still young, so she didn't understand the true meaning of the word, deserted. "Daddy, when will Mommy get better?" "Soon. The doctor said that Mommy doesn't have any major problems. She just needs to rest for a period of time to recover." Similar conversations kept repeating. The little fellow was distressed because of her mother's illness. How could Chun-Shi not be distressed? He would set off a spirit energy tide in the sky above Shangjing City every day, but he had never seen the divine gate open. Therefore, Chun-Shi's heart tightened. He just wanted to go to Tiandu to seek a soul mirror to cure Qin Ruoying's illness. Why did the divine gate refuse to open? Did he have to wait for the spirit energy tide to appear naturally? Chun-Shi was very distressed, but this kind of distress couldn't be shown in front of the little fellow. Therefore, he felt as if his heart was being pressed under a big rock, and he almost couldn't breathe. When would these days come to an end? Chun-Shi talked to the little fellow as he secretly pondered. The father and daughter soon returned home. As soon as she entered the door, the little fellow saw Bai Hong walking back and forth in the courtyard, so she took the initiative to wave at him and smiled. "Uncle Bai, good afternoon. I'm out of school." Hearing this, Bai Hong seemed to have something on her mind. After forcing a smile at the little fellow, she looked at Chun-Shi with a face full of apprehension. For the sake of convenience, Chun-Shi left Bai Hong in the courtyard for this period of time. With the restriction guarding, he wasn't afraid of Bai Hong stirring up any storms. After all, this guy had just burned his yuanying and was almost a cripple now. Chun-Shi and Bai Hong looked at each other, but found that Bai Hong's expression was very strange today. It seemed like he was afraid of something. Why would Bai Hong be afraid? This guy didn't even care about his life. Why would he be afraid? Thinking of this, Chun-Shi asked with a puzzled face, "What's wrong with you?" However, after hearing Chun-Shi's question, Bai Hong seemed to be agitated and couldn't help but tremble. Then he pointed to the west wing with a panicked face. West wing? Chun-Shi was stunned. Immediately, he understood what Bai Hong was afraid of. Then, Chun-Shi's figure suddenly disappeared from the little fellow's side. When he appeared again, he was already at Qin Ruoying's bedside. In the room, Qin Ruoying was still lying quietly on the bed. Chun-Shi came to her side and wanted to reach out and touch his lover's cheek, but at this moment, his hands suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. The moment his fingers touched Yingying's cheek, Qianxi froze. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Qianxi's consciousness was rapidly pulled away, as if his soul had left his body. Even though his lover was close at hand, he felt that he was getting further and further away from Yingying. Finally, Qianxi's trembling fingertips touched Qin Ruoying's cheek. But where he touched, it was ice cold. In fact, how sensitive were Qianxi's five senses? From the moment he stepped into the room, he realized that Qin Ruoying's breathing had stopped. This news came too suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, and instantly stunned Qianxi. Yingying had stopped breathing? How could it be? He just went to pick up Nian from school. How long had he been delayed? What exactly happened? Bai Hong? Tell me. Chapter 407. What the hell was going on? Qianxi's mind went blank, leaving only this question echoing in his heart. No pulse, no breathing, no heartbeat. Even the blood had stopped flowing. In medical terms, death in the absolute sense meant that there was no heartbeat and the brain was dead. At this moment, Qin Ruoying completely fit this description. So in terms of scientific theory, she was already dead. And this was what Qianxi couldn't figure out at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say even if the entire human race died, Qin Ruoying couldn't die. Not to mention that Qin Ruoying's cultivation had already reached the diviner level, and she was immune to all kinds of poisons. Moreover, she had Qianxi, a high-level immortal cultivator, by her side to take care of her. Her heartbeat had stopped, right? Then let the heart beat again. Her blood had stopped flowing? Then let the blood flow again. Qianxi tried to use his true essence to forcefully awaken Qin Ruoying's body. This method was indeed effective. Qin Ruoying's heart began to beat slowly, and her breathing gradually stabilized. But once Qianxi withdrew his true essence, Qin Ruoying's body immediately stopped functioning like a machine that had lost power. Everything was because her soul had dissipated. Qin Ruoying didn't condense a golden core, and she didn't have yuanying. The dissipation of her soul meant that she was completely dead, and even a golden immortal wouldn't be able to save her. Yingying died just like that? Qianxi stared blankly at his lover's face. In a trance, he actually remembered the bits and pieces of their past. Since Zhonghai University, the two of them had known each other and loved each other. Although they didn't verbally promise to grow old together, they both hid that promise deep in their hearts. Please take care of me for the rest of my life. Except for Qianxi's sudden disappearance for 5 years, the two of them hadn't experienced many storms in their relationship. Qianxi returned from the heavenly jade realm after a long and arduous journey. What welcomed him was the precious baby that Yingying had left behind for him. Qiannian. My name is Qiannian. You can call me Nian. Qiannian, Qiannian. He was filled with longing. Later on, Qianxi took Nian to look for Qin Ruoying all over the world. When the two met again after 500 years, Yingying directly gave him a slap in the face. At the same time, she also said her wish. May you leave for half your life and return as a young man. How could there be no twists and turns in life? However, from the moment the family of 3 reunited, all the hardships Qianxi had experienced had turned into dust, swept into the garbage heap by him. Qianxi had no attachment to the past because the future was right beside him. Undying love was not something that could be proven by martyrdom. A heart full of love was not something that could only be heard when it was always on the tip of the tongue. The highest level of love. Actually, it was just that old saying, holding your hand, growing old with you. That was all. If you win, I am willing to accompany you to rule the world. If you lose, I am willing to accompany you to make a comeback. When I rule the world, I will spread 10 miles of red dowry. I am willing to use 10 miles of red dowry as a gift, and I am willing to use the world as a betrothal gift. Are you willing to rule the world and spend the rest of your life with me? Qianxi did not strive for the world, so Yingying accompanied him in a small tea house by Ho-Hai. When she had nothing to do, she would flip through books, take care of the children, and watch the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard with her lover. She would gaze at the clouds in the sky. Was there anything more blissful in the world than this? Chun-Shi could answer with absolute certainty. Absolutely not. But now, his happy life had completely turned into bubbles. Thinking of this, Chun-Shi could not help but suddenly wake up from his memories. Only then did he realize that his face was already covered in tears. He gently lowered his head and left a kiss on Qin Ruoying's lips. Only then did he hold his lover's hand and solemnly promise, "Yingying, wait for me." There was no need to say more with just these 4 words. "Even if I can't reincarnate in this life, I will still create havoc in the underworld and strike your name from the book of life and death." The little fellow stood in the courtyard with a blank face. Where did Daddy run off to? She looked around and did not see Chun-Shi's figure. Carrying her small bag, she eagerly ran towards the west wing. But just as she was about to step on the stairs, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. "Bai Hong! Tell me, what is going on?" The little fellow was startled by this thunderous roar and almost fell to the ground. If it were not for the big cat's quick-wittedness and supported her from behind, this little fellow would probably have fallen to the ground and rolled several times. The little fellow was still in a state of shock. Before she could regain her senses, she suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blowing from behind. The cold wind burrowed into the little fellow's back and immediately made her shiver. She hurriedly looked back and found that Uncle Bai, who was still in a daze in the courtyard just now, was nowhere to be seen. The little fellow was frightened by this strange atmosphere and carried the big cat directly into the west wing. At the same time, she did not forget to shout, "Daddy? Daddy? Where are you?" Daddy is in the sky. Because the little fellow was in the courtyard just now, Chun-Shi was furious and directly grabbed Bai Hong's neck and lifted him into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. I don't know either. Everything was fine just now, but suddenly there was no breath. Bai Hong struggled to reply. This time he was really sitting at home, but the trouble came from the sky. Bai Hong was, after all, a divine general. Although his cultivation was not even 1/10 of it, his 5 senses were still very sharp. Just now, he was meditating in the room to heal his wounds when he suddenly discovered that there was no breath in the west wing. He wanted to go in to check on the situation, but was blocked by the restrictions set up by Chun-Shi, so he could only wait in the courtyard for Chun-Shi to return. It was fine if Chun-Shi did not come back. But this time, he had almost lost his life. In reality, Chun-Shi also knew that this matter had nothing to do with Bai Hong. He even guessed that this definitely had something to do with the spirit mirror. Otherwise, who in this world would be able to cause Yingying's soul to scatter without a sound? I'll tell you, if anything happens to Yingying, I'll definitely bury your Tiandu with her. Chun-Shi was like an enraged lion, roaring at Bai Hong. Without waiting for Bai Hong to explain, he directly dragged Bai Hong and flew toward the Pacific Ocean. Although Bai Hong was not afraid of death, Qin Ruoying's current situation clearly had something to do with Tiandu, so he more or less felt that he could not face Chun-Shi. So, Bai Hong obediently kept his mouth shut, waiting to see what Chun-Shi wanted to do next. Chun-Shi was angry, but he did not lose his mind because of it. Since Yingying's soul had dissipated, the most important thing now was not to directly find her soul, but to find a way to protect Yingying's physical body. Chun-Shi could not stay by Qin Ruoying's side at all times to help her maintain her physical body, so he urgently needed a magic treasure now, and that was Shui Xiang's blue wave silk gauze. Therefore, after arriving at the deep sea cave, Chun-Shi frantically poured his vital essence into the large ice block that sealed Shui Xiang. As long as Shui Xiang's injuries were slightly relieved, her frozen state would naturally be lifted. Under Chun-Shi's continuous pouring of vital essence, the ice block gradually melted, and Shui Xiang suddenly fell from it. During this period of time, Shui Xiang had been in a state of suspended animation, so she did not know what happened outside. Therefore, the moment she woke up, she directly launched an attack at Chun-Shi. Shui Xiang, stop! Seeing this, Bai Hong hurriedly shouted to stop, but Chun-Shi's action was much faster than his voice. Shui Xiang did not even use the first move, and Chun-Shi had already inserted countless spirit needles into her body. You! Shui Xiang's almond-shaped eyes widened, and after glaring at Chun-Shi fiercely, her body completely softened. At this time, Bai Hong on the side let out a long sigh of relief. He was not afraid of death, but he was very afraid of his junior brothers and sisters dying for no reason. Fortunately, Chun she did not intend to take her life. Take her, let's go. Chun she grabbed the blue wave silk gauze, left a sentence coldly, and turned to walk out of the cave. Hearing this, Bai Hong hurriedly helped Shui Xiang up from the ground, and then followed Chun she's pace. Looking at the man in front of him who was silent on the surface, but his heart was filled with indignation. Bai Hong knew